Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Girls Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji and I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by Haga Helia University of Applied Science. We have the representative already online right now with us. Hello, welcome.
Hello. Hello. Nice to be
Hello.
meeting with you all. Hello.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being here with us. Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yes, sure. I'd be happy to. So my name is Harri Halva. If you can roll the R, you can say Harri, but if that's all right, you can say also Harry. And I come from Finland, one of the Nordic countries.
Right, thank you very much. Harri, is that all right for a first try? Thank you.
Yeah, that was cool. That was really good.
Right, so for everyone in the audience, please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to Finland's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat section anytime throughout the presentation. And now please welcome Mr. Hari from Haga Helia.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to take the stage, and if I'll just start sharing my screen, you should be able to see a presentation.
Yes, it's there.
Yeah, it works. So let me just switch into presentation mode, and you should be able to see our index page. Haga Helia opens doors to future careers. This is what we do. We are a university of applied sciences, meaning that we're not a traditional academic university. Instead, we focus on bachelor degrees and we focus on getting people employed. If that's one thing that I want you to remember from this, is that we're a Finnish university that gets people employed with a very high rate. And it's actually our mission to open doors to future careers. Now, I already mentioned that I'm from Finland and we are a Finnish university. And just briefly, why Finland? Some of you may already have some contact to Finland, but those who do not, we are, according to study, happiest country in the world. Just look at this face. Am I not happy? Most peaceful and sustainable country in the world as well, according to the Fragile States Index. What's more is that we have the best higher education and training system in the world, and we are among the cleanest air, the countries with the cleanest air. So basically, good reasons. You have from the photos, you're able to see that we have ample space. Yes, we do have 4 seasons as well, so meaning that we will get to experience winter. And the top picture over there is from the capital of Finland called Helsinki, which is coincidentally also the city where our institution is situated in. Further imagery of Finland, once again, our city centrum, some tramline traffic in the city. More on the bottom row, you're able to see why Finland is called the land of 1,000 lakes. So we have a lot of water. We have the fresh water supply is next to, well, unlimited. And also some architectural wonders that are the one in the middle is from Helsinki. It's just a massive big sauna and a restaurant. And yeah, you know, in the north, you're always you're also able to see northern lights, and they have even created these glass igloos, which are vastly popular among tourists. So I invite you to travel to Finland if not for anything else, for touristic purposes. Obviously, education is not education is in the main focus here, though. Haga Helia is not a comprehensive university. We have a particular focus, and what we focus on is we focus on things that we are really good at. So meaning that our fields of study include international business, information tech, hotel, restaurant, and tourism management, as well as sports coaching. Aviation business can be included into international business or as a part of it. It's a BBA or a Bachelor of Business administration degree, but it's a novelty thing. So basically, you're able with the current the most recent trends in aviation are being followed over there. We do not train pilots, but we actually train people, educate people with a bachelor's degree on how to enhance business activities in an aviation setting, which is vastly regulated by instances just as IATA, for instance. Hospitality management as well as a separate product. You can make a crude division between tourism and hospitality, and we do them both. We do offer masters as well in the field. That we have a couple of MBAs and also a Master of Hospitality Management. Let's get further down into those in a bit. Haaga-Helia, in terms of numbers, we are 11,000 students strong, degree students meaning. We have altogether 5 campuses and 650 faculty and specialists, out of which I am one. We have a very, very international profile, covering 1,100 international degree students. The biggest foreign nationality that we have are Russians. There's about 170 to 200 of them on a yearly basis. Next to that are Vietnamese. There's roughly 150 Vietnamese. And then after that, it gets scattered. We have about 95 different nationalities on our campuses. And we actually hold the Guinness World Record for having the most amount of nationalities in one sauna. And you can look that up if you're into Guinness World Records. Indonesian students, do we have them? Yes, we do. About 10 currently, according to our register. So there's a population of Indonesian students in our institution currently. On top of the degree students, we have 350 incoming exchange students on a yearly basis. They mostly arrive on our campuses from Europe, but they come from bilateral partners as well, from Asia, from Latin America, or from North America. Well, we have 200 partner universities around the world, and we are also able to provide international double degrees, meaning that you study with us for 2.5 years and you study 1 year in a chosen institution, and then you earn not 1 but actually 2 degrees in the same time. Now, having a look at the imagery, you are able to see on the top left corner, you're able to see our Pasila campus, the main campus. On the top right corner, you're able to see the hospitality campus, which coincidentally is connected to a hotel. So basically, as I said already in the very first line of my pitch, we connect you with working life, and we open doors to future careers. So it's a very concrete way. You actually study in a place where there's a hotel. So what a better place to actually study hotel management and hospitality, because you truly have the ability to learn the practical skills as well. Porvoo campus on the bottom left corner, our most modern campus, roughly 30-minute drive away from Helsinki, and our Vierumäki campus, which is further 1.5 hours drive away from our main campus. So, and as you can see, Vierumäki is our sports campus, and pretty much any imaginable sport is available over there. Ample room, and your own peace and quiet. It's definitely not in the city, as you can see from the air view picture. Then what else? Just to help you understand our campus a bit, we have a sales lab. So basically, it's a laboratory where we're able to dig into the metrics of sales. So basically, you're able to have negotiations and really look into the analytics. We're able to measure, let's say, the psychic responses of a person whenever you pitch something, and you are able to drill into the actual mathematical data, helping you to succeed, obviously, ultimately, and learn. if there was another picture that I would take from this montage is a startup school that we have on our main campus. So Finland is probably the best country in the world to start your own business. There's a lot of support for that. Our our higher education institution at Haaga-Helia, we're able to even provide you with dedicated staff in growing your own business while you study. So basically, you can come with us and you can just, basically iterate and incubate your own business idea, and then you will be advancing your studies and then building up your own business at the same time. Then prices, something that we truly have to be mindful of. 8,500 per year in euros for any Bachelor of Business Administration degree, covering aviation business, international business, business information tech, and a rather language-heavy business service solutions and languages. So basically, you might be wondering what's the difference between all of these business degrees. Well, aviation business was discussed already. Rather aviation focused. There's a lot of regulation there. International business, you would be able to focus on accounting, human resources, financing, logistics, for instance, as a major. Business information tech is the IT degree that we have. It's not an engineering degree. It's a BBA degree with heavy focus on information technology. So you'd be doing software development, software engineering, for instance, IT security, IT architecture. Choosing that line of study, it's a great way to actually get employed. Good luck trying to finish your studies before getting employed, because Finland is a very IT-driven country, and talented workforce in that regard is in high demand, not only in Finland but in Europe and also globally, as you have understood. Then we have the Bachelor of Hospitality Management, 2 degrees available there. Hospitality, the hotel management maybe, and then tourism and event management in Porvoo, the other campus that we have. Also vastly popular amongst our students and prospective students, and the job prospect is there as well. Bachelor of Sports Studies, which is on the Vierumäki campus, heavily concentrates on sports coaching and management. Not so much on management, it's heavy on sports coaching. And I could say that it's a novelty product that you have, and if you truly have the right mindset for that, I'd say go for it. But it's definitely something that is not so much out there, and you obviously with heavy focus on sports. Master studies, there's 2 MBAs, one in business technologies and one leading business transformation. Maybe the business technologies one is more heavy on IT again, and in technology, as the title suggests. Leading business transformation is more of a continuation of an MBA for the international business bachelor that we have. The aviation and tourism business is a Master of Hospitality Management. These degrees are available on a master degree level, yet I have to say that we are very heavy on bachelor degrees. 95% of our degrees are passed on the bachelor level, and I will be mostly concentrating on bachelor degrees in my presentation. Right, so we have a working life-oriented education. Instant application of theory into practice. Through these partners that you're probably able to, some of them recognize, Bosch, Canon, Fujitsu, for instance. They are the kind of companies that are looking for talented workforce, junior or internship positions, and they come to us and they give us a commission. Let's say they need to design. IKEA came to us and they wanted to design their whole kitchen area again by our students, which was done. And as a result of that remodeling of the IKEA kitchen sales area, their sales actually boomed and elevated into new figures. And that's a practical way of implementing business theories into practice and also involving a real life business partner. And through those opportunities, you're able to really impress an employer and obviously then make your mark, so to say, in order to land a job in Finland. again, support services for and student experience. We really concentrate on, once you get in, that not only study related matters are in order, but we also want to guide you in your studies. It's not so obvious all the time that is this something that is right down your alley, so to say, and we have academic personnel dedicated to actually help you ponder with those questions. We have peer students, fellow students who are then dedicated to helping you, and also other students helping other students in with everyday matters, not so much maybe academic matters, but everyday matters. Finding friends, going into events, finding places to travel, these kind of, important but not academic matters. Student associations, great place to make friends with Finns or with other international students. And we have a specialized team for international career services, which means that we have dedicated staff to actually help you get employed. Library, yes, vastly important. You will not see a lot of old concrete books, the paper versions. A lot of stuff is done on computer, and the library services, even though the library is vast, the electronic databases of our library are actually probably something that are mostly utilized, and it opens a door to a vast pool of research data. Startup school was mentioned already, events and trips, and something for everyone. That's what we do. So I will be just briefly going through the admission. It's complicated, and I don't want to bore you too much. And after this, we have a Q&A session even in Zoom. So basically, in case you have questions about this or anything else, just feel free to join the Zoom session after this, for instance, for closer details. But in general, the main application rounds are open for 2 weeks. So we're now coming into December. In January, we will open up a 2-week application period for entrance examinations. And we also have a rolling SAT admission in case you are interested in SAT applicants. So the entrance examinations are for all eligible, all eligible applicants, and they will be called for an entrance examination. Exams are organized online, but also on premises in Finland, Russia, Vietnam, and China. Unfortunately, Indonesia is not on that list, but we're happy to actually provide you with an online exam. More on that on the next slides. In case the online exam is not an opportunity for you, or if you prefer having an SAT test done, we have a pretty clear-cut way of telling you when you have the sufficient score. For any Bachelor of Business Administration degree, you need a minimum of 1,000 points, and a minimum, it would be from 500 points from evidence-based reading and writing and 500 points in mathematics. So there's 2 sections in the test, and 500 points on each section minimum means that you'll be automatically accepted. Easy as that. It's pretty straightforward and clear cut. For Bachelor of Hospitality Management degrees, we require 500 points in evidence-based reading and writing and 400 points in math. For master degrees, it's a bit more complicated. Applications are for 2 weeks each September. Studies begin in January, and there's an advanced assignment. We need your CV. There's an online entrance examination and an interview. What I do want you to remember is that no IELTS or TOEFL or any similar English language certificates are not required. Why? Because SAT will take care of that if you apply to that, or the online examination. You will not be able to pass the online examination nor the SAT if you don't have sufficient English language skills. So we're not really bothered about IELTS or TOEFL or any similar product. The rolling SAT-based admission, when's that? For the August intake for 21 is soon open, starting from 21st of January until the end of May. We have 5 bachelor programs available: Business Information Tech, International Business, and Business Service Solutions and Languages, Hospitality and Tourism Management, and Tourism and Event Management. Now, for those who have a desire for business information tech, listen to this. you really want to focus on taking your SAT for the business information tech. Why? Because we don't have an online examination available for business information tech. I'm sorry. Pretty much all other programs are available through BIT, through online examination. But if you have a burning desire for BIT studies, my personal hint is in order to get into our institution, please already start preparing for your SAT. 500 points in math and 500 points in evidence-based reading and writing, and boom, you're in. That's it. So the entrance examination-based admission, the application window is short. So basically, you just have to stay alert for during that period of 2 weeks while we have the application window open. We're sorry that it's a small window, but we hope that you're able to actually meet just submit your application. It doesn't take too much time. It's just an hour or two to actually submit the application. It takes a bit more time to gather all the documentation. So please start preparing already now, so that you can just upload the documents. It's basically very technical after that once you have the documents done. As you can see, BIT is not, well, it's in the entrance exam, it's in this list, but let's just go further down so that you understand. We have the venues for the entrance examination other than Finland. We have them in Ho Chi Minh City. We have them in St. Petersburg and in Russia, in Suzhou in China, and also in Helsinki. Indonesia is not listed here, but I don't know, maybe Vietnam would be the closest one as an option if you feel like going. But let's just go into the online entrance examination. So you apply in January from the 7th, between 7th and 21st of Jan, and then you will be called for an online examination, which will be held in the beginning of February. International business is available. There's 2 phases: online written exam, and then there's an online interview later. Same goes for hospitality and tourism and experience management, and tourism and event management. Business service solutions and languages is involved as well. The Bachelor of Sports Coaching and Management has a 2-day session at the end of March. But you can see that business information tech is not on this list. So for those, just a kind reminder, take the SAT if you're interested. Scholarships, always a hot topic that actually raises a lot of discussion. Basically, we can get into this later in the Q&A session, but first year there's no scholarship. For second year, we'll be able to provide you a 20% scholarship if you just progress normally in your studies. We also have a fast graduation incentive, meaning that if you graduate in 3 years or faster, you will get the third year with a 50% discount, and you get to save money because you don't even pay for the semesters that you didn't study. So if you graduate faster, you pay less because you have already graduated. You pay for the time, you don't pay for the credits. Right. Tuition fees and approximate living costs. Well, the tuition fees vary from 8,500 to 9,500. On top of that, meaning that with all things considering, you're paying about 25,000 euros for your whole degree in the duration of 3.5 years. On a monthly basis, you'll be using 700 to 800 euros a month in living, and you get hefty student discounts as well. So meaning that you in a course of 3.5 years, you'll be using roughly 25,000 for education and another 25,000 euros for living expense, meaning that the overall investment is somewhere around 50,000 euros in total. Do note that when you apply for a residence permit for Finland, the local immigration official in Finland requires you to have the minimum 6,720 euros. So let's say 7,000 euros on your bank account as a deposit in order to obtain the student resident permit. We have an early bird discount. It's not a scholarship, it's a discount. So 20% tuition fee reduction of the first semester for those who accept the study offer within 14 days and pay it within 30 days. And this applies in the future application rounds. So that's a way for you to save 1,300 to 1,400 euros roughly if you just react fast. So if you're looking into the 50,000 euro investment, have a look at the salary rates in Finland, and have a look at our employment rate. More than 85% of our students are working within 6 months of graduation. We don't promise a job for everyone, but these are just crude statistics that we're able to provide you with. You are able to see some of the top 10 companies where our students work: City of Helsinki, CGI, which is, you might know it, it's an IT, a consultancy company, a local alimentary store, or actually two of them, banks, actually there's 3 banks and an IT operator. Finnair is the local airline. And median on a monthly income is 3,500 euros a month for all graduate. For Haaga-Helia graduates, about 3,900 euros a month. So depending on how much you use on your personal expense, you'll be able to pay back the 50,000 euros in a matter of maybe 3 years. You study for 3 years, you work for 3 years, and then you get you'll be pretty much already cleared the debt. So if that sounds like a good deal, go for it. You have the right to work alongside studies. A common question that is asked: part-time, roughly 25 hours, 20 hours a week. As we don't really look at the hours, how much you work. We look at the amount of credits that you complete while you study. So as long as you complete a minimum 45 ECTS of credit points per year, you are able to renew your residence permit. That's the limit. The normal study load would be 60, and you get this 20% scholarship if you do 55. So it's a pretty easy peasy thing. And you have work rights post studies. Currently, there's a 12-month stay back. A full year, you're able to seek employment, and as seen before, within 6 months, our graduates are already working. And then your residency will be dependent on your employment and not anymore on your studies, obviously, after graduation. Accommodation, yes, we have accommodation provider called HOAS. It's a Finnish acronym. Don't be bothered about it too much, but the link is over there. And they are able to provide affordable student housing. You probably have to start by sharing your flat. You would have your own room. You would share your flat and your kitchen, and maybe you would be sharing the bathroom. But maybe after a year, you'll be able to get a studio if you want to. The studios are a bit more expensive, but the rates are somewhere around 300 to 700 euros a month. 300 to 500 euros a month, depending if you share or whether you live by your own. And the good side is that the rent with HOAS, the rent covers electricity, internet, water, these kind of amenities that from the private market you would have to pay for on your own. Just briefly on application process, we're closing in on our presentation. You just start your application process on Enter Finland. And after you get the acceptance letter, you pay the first installment, and then you tab into Enter Finland and you start your process. In Jakarta, there's a local embassy over there, so you just basically get identified there, and then it works from there on out. But it's a process of roughly 12 weeks, 3 months from start to finish, but when you hold the residence permit card in your hand. Thank you. That's pretty much what I have to say. I'm open to questions. I'll be happy to just leave this slide open. Please note that, well, the Q&A session that we will launch, we will open in about 15 minutes. I welcome you to chat more over there if there's some questions that are still left unanswered. The meeting ID and the link is over there, but it's also posted on the YouTube chat. If you feel like following us, or if you feel like taking campus tour, make use of the links and the information provided on this slide. But now I'm open for questions should you have any.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hari. It was such an insightful introduction to Haaga-Helia and how to study there. So we already have a few questions ready. So for the first question on the Q&A session is about registration, and some of the audience might have missed your bit on study programs. Could you, if you don't mind, go back to this to show the slide
Sure.
to show your programs and elaborate a little bit on the programs that Haga Helia are most known for.
All right. Well, maybe this would then be the slide. You're probably able to see this. So we are, for those who maybe joined in a bit late, Haga Helia has a clear profile. We are a business school with expertise in international business, information tech, hospitality, tourism, and sports. So we don't do, for instance, we don't do nursing, we don't do engineering. And because of our very clear focus, we have been able to contact business partners and working life partners with a clear focus, saying that, hey, if you want to find talented workforce for tasks that require a bachelor's degree in business or a bachelor's degree in business information tech or hospitality or sports, then they have been able to identify as a higher education institution, and we've been able to build this very nicely working symbiotic relationship where we actually take in students, and then the working life partners that we have, which by the way we have more than 100 of, then they actually step into our classroom and they come in on year one and they start presenting with a real life business case, and we get to just basically involve the students that we have in the very beginning to actually start cracking on real business cases. And so yeah, in a nutshell, these are the fields that we do. On a more detailed level, aviation business is probably something more of a novelty thing. Vastly regulated field, and that is controlled by airline authorities such as IATA. The program in itself includes several IATA certifications, so you will be basically getting your money's worth by actually completing IATA certifications on handling dangerous goods, security, and these kind of things, while operating these kind of practical things that you have to take into consideration when operating a business model on an airport. So that's as a one example.
Right, thank you. So focusing on one thing is actually a very interesting approach because it means you are focusing on your strength. Isn't that correct?
Yes. So we're not trying to be everywhere and all around. So it's not what we do. We're a business school, and if you're into that, then yeah, come to us, because we're pretty much, we have a great pull factor domestically. In Finland, if we have hospitality students in Finland, they are in our institution because we're strong in that. But then again, if you're not interested in it, if you're interested in engineering, then I can come up with a number of great schools in Finland that will be happy to take you. But yeah, that's the way that we see. We get focused on a particular thing and then we excel in it.
Right. So on to the next question. Since Haga Helia is a pretty specific school and you have more bachelor programs than master's programs, I would assume you would expect more bachelor applicants.
Yeah.
So let's discuss about that a little bit for Indonesian high school graduate. If they would like to apply to Haga Helia, can they do so with their degree certificate? And for those with IB or A-level curriculum, can they apply with their prediction scores?
Yes, an A-level curriculum is completely fine. So basically, the guideline is that you are eligible to apply for higher education in Finland to bachelor level. If we're talking about bachelor level, for instance, if you have a high school certificate that entitles you to apply for higher education placement in your home country. If you have an Indonesian high school diploma that enables you to apply for higher education in Indonesia, then it's fine in Finland too. Whatever piece of paper you have, if it makes you eligible in Indonesia for higher education, it makes you eligible for higher education in Finland too. That's pretty much how we see things.
Okay, so on the scores, for example, do you also take prediction scores? Because sometimes with the timeline for university application, they usually not always have their final score in hand already?
Unfortunately, we don't do prediction scores. Basically, how we work is that with the SAT, it's pretty straightforward. We just take everyone. So just provide those points. Provide 500 points in evidence-based reading and writing, and 500 points in math, and we will send you an acceptance letter. That's pretty much how it works. It's straightforward. That's what we require. And same goes for Bachelor of Hospitality Management. 500 points in evidence-based reading and 400 points in math. Same applies. Then we come into the question of our entrance examination. What I haven't told you about what you might have now been able to deduct is that we don't score your high school papers. We don't have a look at your high school grades. So I guess from the positive side, it is that we don't look into those grades. We need to see your diploma in order to deem you eligible, so that we are able to process your application. That's the only purpose we use it for. So because we don't look at the grades. And as long as you are deemed eligible, your path as an applicant continues to the next phase, which is the entrance examination. And the entrance examination in itself will determine whether we are able to admit you or not. And I wish we could provide you prediction scores, but no, it's just you have to be good enough. And obviously, and sometimes it's hard to determine what is good enough. But what I do promise you that if you apply to us, you will be provided with mock exams in order to just let you see what the examination is about. For instance, the math. What we do not allow people to use calculators on in our entrance examination if there's math equations, and the reason is not because they're not. It tells you a bit how difficult the math equations are. They are rather simple percentages, simple equations on a rather let's say low level of mathematical knowledge you're able to actually get in, or a reasonable level, let's say, but you're not able to use a calculator. And then another thing that stumbles, where our applicants stumble in the entrance examination, is the reading comprehension. So you will be giving a long excerpt of a text, and you're expected to summarize the main points of that text into let's say 200 words or whatever, one pager. So basically, just, which is very essential in general, just to have a long piece of text and then just be able to summarize it into something shorter.
Right. Thank you. Definitely noting on that, mate. So we only have time for one more question. So I'd like to touch upon your point on how Haga Helia is a business-focused school. So for a lot of people, they would study to prepare themselves to, for employment. So can you share to us, about life after graduation in Finland in general, and like what is the job opportunities like after graduation from Haga Helia, and is it common to have on-campus recruitment, for example, or how can the students or fresh graduates make use of the campus support or link to industries to find employment?
Right. Well, there were several questions, but they're all very good and essential. So, how I showed in my slides that 85% of our graduates find employment within 6 months of graduation. You get a 1 year, so 12 months stay back visa after graduating. So you have a great chance of actually getting employed in Finland. And what's best with our degree, that it's not just a Finnish degree. It meets all the European standards for higher education degree. We have students who out of personal choice decide to go to Germany or decide to go to France or decide to go to Italy or decide to go wherever. They might decide even to return to their home country. or go to whichever country they want to. But if you want to stay in Finland, we actually, Helsinki as an area, the capital region, it's the economic hub. And that really plays to our advantage. Our campus is 5 minutes away from the city center, and pretty much 5 minutes away from the biggest businesses that we have in the local stock market, for instance. And that's why I believe we are able to provide you with such great statistics, and the salary would be revolving anywhere around 300, 500 to 3,900 euro per month before tax. And your life in Finland, well, have a look at 4 seasons, like life in, you have 3 months of each season: summer, autumn, winter, spring. So it's not the rainy season and then the very hot season. But we actually have 4 of them right now. We're turning into winter. And learning Finnish language, I'd say, would be something, and really embracing Finnish culture in all its aspects. That, as a pointer from a Finnish point of view, you would have to embrace the local culture to relieve anxiety that and stress that we know all international prospects and students have. I myself been living abroad in Italy and in Australia. I also did spend, like most of Westerners, I've spent a lot of time in Bali, which I don't know if that's from an Indonesian point of view. So it's getting adapted to the culture is really important for your future success. So it's not only about the studies; it's about you getting to know the culture. But Finns are open-minded, and with you'll be able to make good friends. Once you make a friend with a Finn, you will basically have a friend for a lifetime. That's how it goes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hari. Unfortunately, we already have reached the end of our webinar. So thank you very much for introducing us to Hagahilia. Once again, a reminder for the audience, if you have any further questions on studying with Hagahilia after this webinar, you can consult them directly on Zoom through the link provided on the YouTube live chat. I would also like to remind the audience of this webinar that EHEF 2020 will hold virtual fair on Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with a university representative. You can access the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. Thank you for watching, and thanks once again, Mr. Hari, for being here with us. And see you at the next session with Tampere University.
All right. Thank you very much. See ya. Bye-bye.
Okay. Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji, and I am going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar today is going to be presented by Tampere University. I am not sure I'm pronouncing it correctly, but thank you for being here and welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yes, hello. Yes, you got it quite well. I'm Joanna. I'm from Tampere University Admissions Office.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Joanna. So for everyone in the audience, please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. And if you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to Finland's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat session anytime throughout the presentation. And now please welcome Ms. Joanna from Tampere University.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And today we'll be talking about our university, about the programs that we offer, about the scholarships, and about the different fees. And we'll be, of course, looking at the admissions and residence permit things. And if you stayed or started already with Haaga-Helia, you heard some of the residence permit things. And we have also one of our lovely, talented Indonesian students here to talk to you about her experiences with us. So, Tampere University, we are actually the second largest research university in Finland with 3 campuses in the city of Tampere, which is the 3rd largest city in Finland. We're just about 1.5 hours on the train north from Helsinki. We have about 19,000 students, a little under 10% of them are international students. They mostly study in our international degree program, so the programs which are taught in English. Majority of our programs are at master's level, but we also have opportunities at bachelor level. As a research university in international research and domestically, our research focuses on technology, health, and society. If you've heard about University of Tampere and Tampere University of Technology, you are actually in the same place. We are a young university. We were established in 2019 as a merger of 2 of these universities. So we are young, but we have been running for decades. We are 34th in the Young University ranking, and we are ranked in top 350 universities in the world. Some of our notable alumni include our present Prime Minister, Ms. Sanna Marin, who was actually this week chosen by BBC as one of the most influential women in the world. So, of course, we're very proud of her. So student services, they cover a lot of things, and services for international students are the same as for the domestic students. We do understand that traveling all the way to Finland requires extra help. So, for example, all international students, when they start their studies, have a very intensive and extensive welcome week, and they have student tutors to help them out in the beginning. We have extensive library services, which means that a lot of our students never actually have to buy a book during their studies, which saves a lot of money. And libraries are the place where a lot of students go to study. The Language Center enables you to also study, for example, Finnish language, but other languages. Finnish language is not really required when you live in Finland because so many people speak here English. We have a housing foundation. You heard a bit from Harri about housing, and it is very similar all through Finland. Our housing foundation enables you to either apply for shared housing or with other students, or even family housing for those looking for to do, for example, their master's or PhD and already have a family. We have a Finnish student health service system, which gives the basic services in healthcare. And we have so many other services that we require that basically students can just take part if they like, or they are automatic services. Like Unispro is definitely the place to be when you need that time to relax. Our university has 7 faculties. Each of these faculties has English taught programs. All of them have it on master's level. And then also at doctoral level. So we have about 22 doctoral schools, and all of these faculties also provide education there. 2 of these faculties have bachelor's programs. So let's look at the programs. As I said, there are quite a few programs that we have. The best way to always get to know a program is to really research what kind of courses they have and what kind of eligibility criteria they have. We will go through the list, but to get a better understanding, if this program is suitable for you and your interests, take a look at the website and talk to the program coordinators and really dig in deep into the programs. But the bachelor's programs we have are 3-year programs, so 180 ECTS. So if ECTS is not familiar to you, it means European Credit Transfer System. So a lot of European universities put out the credit numbers. We have the Science and Engineering program, which offers 2 tracks, both in computing and electrical engineering is one, and natural sciences and technology is the second track. And then we have the program Sustainable Urban Development, which offers 3 different tracks in which you basically choose when you apply. What is very important to know about research universities in Finland and their bachelor's programs is that when you are accepted to a bachelor's program in Finland, in a research university, you actually are automatically also admitted to a master's program. It requires that you graduate from the bachelor's, and then you can automatically continue without separately applying to the master's program. Unless, of course, you want to, for example, change your field. But this is an important factor that you might want to pay attention to when you apply to any Finnish research university. So about the master's programs. Master's programs in our university are always 2-year programs. And this is the list that will start from this slide. And like I said, further information on the website. So we cover a lot of different fields. For example, if you're interested in education sciences, we have the teaching, learning, and media education. We offer, for example, game study research, so not game development, but actual research into game studies. For those interested in social sciences, we have 4 different, very popular tracks. We have the gender studies, global and transnational sociology, public policy analysis, and our most popular program, peace, mediation, and conflict studies, which is very well known around the world. Then we have the leadership program, which has 3 different tracks covering politics, governance, and business management. These 3 tracks actually cooperate a lot with each other, so you can actually quite well choose courses between these tracks. In biomedical science and engineering, we have 3 different tracks. We have also a separate program in biomedical technology. And also we have the public and global health, which is one of our leading programs. We also have leadership business management programs. For engineering majors, we have the business and technology program, those interested in developing their skills more on the business side. We have the very important field of security and safety management with 2 tracks. And you probably noticed that Finland is quite known for information technology, and we are some of the leading experts in this field. We have 4 different tracks to choose from embedded systems to AI and robotics. And in computing science, there are several tracks to choose from. So when I say tracks, these are usually the ones that you choose before you apply to the program, but they are in the same field. In human technology interaction, you actually have 2 different options depending on the interest that you have in the field. And as we have the engineering as one of our biggest faculties, we have different options in the field of engineering and technology. We have automation, we have robotics, and of course we have electrical engineering, where our bachelor students continue to. We have also a brilliant program in environmental engineering. Our photonics technologies program is one of the European leading programs and our flagship program. And those majoring in architecture, you might be interested in our sustainable architecture program in the built environment technology field. So those were the programs that we have in offer. So a lot of different ones to choose from, and you're probably wondering about the fees. So the fee system goes that non-EU students are required to pay fees, which vary a bit between the programs. So for master's level, there are some variations. Check out the website if you are interested in some specific field, and you find the information there. For bachelor's, it's about 10,000 euros per academic year. But if you are required to pay, you are also eligible to apply for scholarships. All non-EU students who are required to pay also can apply for our scholarships, which usually are about tuition fee waivers. So the biggest one is the tuition fee scholarship, which covers 100% of the tuition fee. This scholarship you can apply to at the same time as you apply for the place. So the study place and the tuition fee scholarship are in the same application. It is a merit-based system, so it depends on how well you've succeeded in your previous studies. If you are not offered this scholarship, you are then eligible to apply for the early bird scholarship, which is 50% of the tuition fee for the first year. This offer comes to you at the same time as the admissions results arrive. And then during your studies, you can apply for tuition fee waivers. So about the career, so you have different options. As we are a research university, of course, the doctoral schools, like I mentioned, are one very important part of continuing your education and your career. But the university, as a leading research university in Finland, is also very tightly connected to the industry in different fields around Tampere, but also globally. We have mentoring programs in our university, and you can even stay in Finland to just look for work, because you can apply for residence permit after graduation to look for work. That is valid for up to 1 year. And then about the admissions. So this is a brief introduction. Visit the website, contact the admissions office if there are any problems that you might have, or visit our virtual booth on Friday and Saturday. So for bachelor level students, we do accept international baccalaureate students, but majority of our international students apply through SAT. Please pay attention that the minimum score is different for the science and engineering program and for the sustainable urban development program. But for master's level, it's quite easy to understand when you're eligible. If you are eligible back home for master's level studies, you are eligible here in Finland. So you would need to have a bachelor's degree, or you can apply during your last year of bachelor studies. The bachelor has to be finished by end of July. Language requirements cover the popular tests like IELTS, TOEFL, and PTE. For bachelor level, you do not need this. And then we require a letter of motivation, your interest, and so on, and the CV. About the residence permit, students apply for residence permits, not for visa, and you need to make sure that after paying the tuition fee, if you are still required to pay, you need to make sure that you are able to support yourself. And the minimum required by the Finnish Immigration Office is 6,720 annually. You need to make sure that you have an insurance and, of course, the letter of acceptance. And with this residence permit, you can also work part-time. Some of our students do work part-time. Some of the programs are very intensive, so it doesn't leave much time for outside work, but some students do work. It depends a lot on your skill sets and what's out there as job options. Admissions is coming up very soon. So if you're interested in applying already this year, pay attention to the deadlines. So the master's program application starts already in a couple of weeks, but bachelor's starts in January, and both of the application deadlines are in January. So make sure that you know about the different rules and regulations and that you know how to apply. But we have wonderful staff who is always ready to help you. But now I have the great pleasure of introducing one of our students who is studying with us at the moment, and she'll be here to share some of her experiences about Tampere University and her studies. So Camilla, welcome. And you can start sharing your presentation and share your knowledge and experiences. Camilla, you're still a bit muted.
Yes, okay, sorry.
No problem.
Okay. I think I have a bit of I can't move my slides.
You can maybe click on the left corner. There should be some arrows there that you see, which help in the presentation.
It's not there.
I think I just saw them briefly. It's very faint.
It's there now. Okay. Okay. Is my video on now? Okay, no. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. And apologies for the technical difficulties. But Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore teman-teman semuanya yang ada di Indonesia. Senang sekali bisa berbagi dengan teman-teman semuanya mengenai pengalaman saya. Pada kesempatan kali ini saya ingin berbagi kepada teman-teman mengenai pandangan saya terhadap Tampere University dari sudut pandang pelajar Indonesia. Harapannya setelah presentasi ini nanti teman-teman bisa melihat betapa serunya dan nyamannya belajar di Tampere University. Langsung saja perkenalkan, nama saya Insani Kamlia Tanjung, silahkan dipanggil Kamilia. Dan saya lahir di Bekasi, namun saya besar di Malang. Saya lulus SMA dari Madrasah MAN 3 Malang, kemudian S1 di Undip, dan dengan gelar Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat pada tahun 2018. Kemudian saya langsung lanjut S2 di Tampere University dalam program Public and Global Health. Oke, beberapa topik yang akan kita bahas pada kesempatan kali ini ada 3 setidaknya. Yang pertama mengenai nilai-nilai pendidikan di Finlandia beserta budaya pendidikannya, kemudian mengenai fokus riset dan pengalaman internasional yang kemungkinan bisa ditawarkan oleh Tampere University, dan mengenai aktivitas saya sebagai mahasiswa di Tampere University. Oke, yang pertama ada baiknya kita mengenal terlebih dahulu nilai-nilai sistem pendidikan di Finlandia. Nah, ini adalah berdasarkan pengamatan saya yang bisa berlaku untuk seluruh Finlandia. Yang pertama yaitu kemandirian dan kepercayaan. Kemandirian di sini dimaksudkan adalah kemandirian mahasiswa, dan kepercayaan adalah kepercayaan universitas dan tim pengajar terhadap kemandirian mahasiswanya. Contohnya, saya di sini, kami diberikan kebebasan untuk memilih mata kuliah apa saja dan berapa banyak yang ingin kita ambil mata kuliahnya. Dan sangat sedikit sekali campur tangan dari pihak dosen maupun tim pengajar. Jadi prinsipnya di sini adalah tim pengajar percaya bahwa kita sebagai mahasiswa lebih tahu seperti apa mata kuliah yang ingin kita ambil, nyamannya seperti apa, kita belajar dalam kondisi seperti apa gitu. Dan ini sangat cocok untuk kalian yang misalnya cukup ambisius. Universitas bisa menyediakan supportnya untuk kalian menggapai misi-misi kalian. Tapi kalau kalian tipe mahasiswanya yang biasa-biasa aja, kalian puas dengan IPK yang standar, universitas pun tidak akan menuntut lebih gitu. Dan panduan atau bantuan dari pihak pengajar akan datang apabila kita meminta bantuan. Jadi sistemnya kalau kita tidak bertanya, kalau tidak ada berita, artinya baik-baik aja gitu. Jadi memang semuanya sangat dibebankan kepada mahasiswa kita yang harus mandiri, kita yang harus lebih aktif karena kita dianggap sudah lebih tahu mengenai diri kita sendiri. Kemudian yang kedua adalah nilai mengenai kesetaraan. Mungkin sudah banyak yang dengar mengenai kesetaraan gender atau kesetaraan antar berbagai ras dan warga negara, tapi yang ingin saya tekankan di sini adalah kesetaraannya juga berasal dari aspek status sosial dan latar belakang pendidikan. Sangat tidak ada sekali perbedaan interaksi atau status sosial antara tim pengajar, dosen, profesor dengan kami yang mahasiswa. Begitupun saya yang lulusan S1 langsung S2, tidak ada pengalaman kerja, kalau saya memberikan pendapat di kelas, pendapat saya sama berharganya dengan teman saya yang sudah misalnya 5 tahun atau 10 tahun punya pengalaman kerja. Jadi kesetaraannya ini luas, bisa diterapkan dari berbagai aspek, tidak hanya gender, tidak hanya ras, tidak hanya agama, tapi segala halnya setara. Dan yang nilai ketiga adalah pendidikan sepanjang hayat. Yang saya perhatikan di sini adalah seluruh lembaga pendidikan di Finlandia membuka pintunya untuk setiap orang yang ingin kembali melanjutkan pendidikannya. Dan ini terbukti dari teman-teman saya yang rentang usianya sangat beragam. Saya yang usianya 23 tahun paling muda, dan yang paling tua bisa sampai 50 yang sudah mau punya cucu gitu. Jadi menurut saya ini menunjukkan bahwa Finlandia sangat peduli terhadap pendidikan warga-warganya. Nah, sekarang kita bisa beralih mengenai budaya pengajaran dan pembelajaran yang saya sendiri alami di Tampere University. Seperti yang saya sebutkan sebelumnya, saya sangat merasa ada interaksi erat antara murid dan guru. Dan ini bisa terlihat dari panggilan informal. Jadi saya memanggil guru saya nggak perlu pakai Pak, Bu, atau Profesor, dan saya tidak perlu memanggil nama belakangnya, cukup nama depannya saja. Kemudian sebagian besar komunikasi terjalin melalui email. Respon yang paling cepat saya dapatkan melalui email itu bisa dalam hari yang sama dan pada waktu yang sama, dan yang paling lambat yang saya alami sekitar 1 minggu. Tentunya respon email tergantung dengan apa yang kita tanyakan dan apa yang kita diskusikan ya. Begitu. Kemudian di sini banyak sekali kegiatan bersama antara guru, staf, dan murid. Seperti yang bisa dilihat di gambar sini, ini adalah profesor saya. Waktu itu kami diundang ke rumahnya, dan dia tinggal di dekat danau, lalu dia punya kapal kecil, punya boat. Kami mahasiswanya disuruh diajak untuk naik boat, terus diajak keliling-keliling di danau di sekitar rumahnya gitu. Kemudian ini kami juga diundang untuk perayaan Natal, dan ini adalah tim choir dari staf dan guru gitu. Dan ini menurut saya adalah pengalaman yang nggak pernah saya alami sebelumnya, karena benar-benar terasa seperti teman sendiri gitu. Dan yang unik juga menurut saya adalah karena di sini boleh komplain kalau mahasiswa merasa terzolimi. Kayak misalnya waktu itu kami mahasiswa mengambil beban mata kuliah yang 4 SKS gitu ya misalnya kalau di Indonesia. Tapi ternyata kami semua mahasiswa kok ngerasa kayaknya beban kerjanya, tugas-tugas yang diberikan tuh seperti setara dengan 6 SKS gitu. Nah, itu kami sebagai mahasiswa boleh dibicarakan di depan kelas, dan itu dosennya benar-benar mau mendengarkan, mau diajak diskusi. Yang mana ini sangat berbeda dengan Indonesia, setidaknya yang saya alami di Indonesia dulu, bahwa mahasiswa itu hanya terima jadi, nggak bisa ada komunikasi dua arah gitu. Kemudian selanjutnya mengenai budaya pengajaran dan pembelajaran di dalam kelas, isinya sekitar 10-30 mahasiswa dengan latar belakang pendidikan yang beragam, karena saya dari jurusan Public and Global Health. Jurusannya ada yang dari farmasi, ada yang dari keperawatan, ada yang dari pekerja sosial. Kemudian terkadang nggak hanya dari mahasiswanya, nggak hanya program saya aja, nggak dari Public and Global Health aja, tapi juga ada dari misalnya dari jurusan sosiologi gabung kelas kita, atau dari jurusan ekonomi gitu. Jadi sangat beragam. Kemudian tidak ada aturan berpakaian, bisa dilihat di sini. Semuanya casual sekali, apalagi kalau winter semuanya banyak yang pakai sweater gitu, dan kadang ada juga yang pakai sendal jepit terus pakai kaos kaki gitu. Jadi itu saya rasa nggak akan bisa diterima kalau di Indonesia, tapi di sini semuanya datang dalam kondisi apapun itu diterima gitu. Kemudian kami juga punya aturan 15 menit. Misalnya disebutkan bahwa kuliah itu mulai dari jam 9 sampai jam 11. Artinya kuliah itu akan baru benar-benar dimulai 15 menit setelah jam 9 dan akan berakhir 15 menit sebelum jam 11. Dan yang uniknya lagi juga, kami dibolehkan ngopi sambil kuliah. Jadi di antara kuliah gitu, misalnya yang jamnya lama sekitar 2,5 jam kuliahnya, itu selalu ada jeda 5-10 menit untuk kami keluar beli kopi gitu. Dan ini contohnya bisa dilihat di sini, kami bawa kopi, terus kadang juga boleh beli misalnya ke kantin beli misalnya croissant atau wafer atau biskuit gitu tuh dibawa di kelas gitu. Jadi nggak akan pernah ngantuk di kelas karena kita boleh sambil ngopi dan boleh sambil makan gitu. Jadi benar-benar relax. Nah, sekarang kita beralih ke topik mengenai fokus riset. Coba teman-teman perhatikan dengan baik dulu kotak dan segitiga yang ada di layar ini. Kemudian teman-teman lihat apakah di situ ada jurusan atau minat riset yang teman-teman inginkan. Kalau kalian tertarik dengan dunia riset dan kalian bisa menemukan jurusan kalian atau minat riset kalian, maka Tampere University bisa menjadi tempat belajar yang cocok untuk kalian. Contohnya seperti saya menyukai dunia gerontologi, yaitu dunia mengenai kesehatan dan kesejahteraan lansia. Dan Tampere University ini punya Gerontology Research Center yang mana saya tergabung di dalamnya. Keuntungan yang paling rendah adalah kalau kalian menemukan jurusan kalian di sini, artinya kalian akan mudah mendapatkan dosen pembimbing untuk tesis. Dan keuntungan yang paling besarnya lagi, yang paling besar yaitu kalian bisa tergabung ke dalam proyek-proyek penelitian yang levelnya nasional, level Eropa, bahkan internasional. Dan yang paling saya suka adalah hasil penelitian kami yang kami lakukan di Tampere University ini memang dibawa ke pemerintah untuk membuat kebijakan. Contohnya profesor gerontologi saya itu kemarin waktu corona lagi tinggi-tingginya diundang ke pemerintah untuk diminta pendapatnya mengenai penanganan COVID-19 terhadap kelompok lansia, yang mana kita tahu kelompok itu sangat berisiko untuk terkena COVID-19. Seperti itu. Kemudian Tampere University juga menawarkan pengalaman internasional dalam bentuk yang lainnya. Contohnya seperti magang, internship. Yang saya tunjukkan di sini adalah email-email yang saya terima dari dosen atau staf dari Public and Global Health. Yang ini contohnya dari Roma, Italia. Kemudian ini ada short course 2 minggu aja setara dengan 5 SKS. Itu di India. Kemudian ini yang saya ambil kelasnya, kelas 1 minggu setara dengan 2 SKS. Profesornya dari Robert Koch Institute dari Jerman dan staf pengajarnya dari European Center for Disease Prevention and Control. Itu kayak WHO-nya tapi WHO khusus Eropa gitu. Kemudian ini yang terbaru kemarin ada lowongan magang internship di Gavi tentang vaksin karena mereka lagi butuh orang untuk percobaan vaksin ke negara-negara dengan pendapatan rendah dan menengah. Seperti itu. Nah, sekarang kita beralih ke keseharian saya sebagai mahasiswa. Yang ingin saya tunjukkan di sini, keseharian saya saat tidak ada COVID ya, gitu. Jadi tolong diingat ini kalau tidak ada corona. Nah, saya biasanya kuliah sekitar 4-6 jam, tapi karena mengingat tadi ada aturan 15 menit, jadi nggak selalu full 6 jam kuliah gitu. Nah, kemudian makan siangnya sekitar biasanya 11:30. Dan saya masukkan di sini makan siang karena dengan student card kita dapat diskon untuk makan siang. Jadi bayarnya cuma 3 euro. Dengan 3 euro kita udah dapat di sini ada nasi, ada kentang, terus kita bisa milih lauknya bisa daging atau bisa yang vegetarian atau bisa ikan. Terus bisa dapat dua helai roti, dapat salad, terus ada sirup atau bisa ngambil juga susu gitu. Jadi dengan adanya harga yang murah ini saya bisa menabung, terus saya juga nggak perlu mikir harus bikin bekal gitu. Dan itu sangat membantu. Selesai kuliah, saya pergi ke perpustakaan, dan saya suka banget perpustakaannya, sangat nyaman, bahkan saya lebih sering belajar di perpustakaan kayaknya daripada di apartemen saya sendiri gitu. Jadi perpustakaannya sangat nyaman, dan biasanya saya menetap di perpustakaan itu sampai perpustakaannya tutup. Dan yang lebih serunya lagi, selesai saya belajar seharian, saya pergi ke gym, karena fasilitas gym ini diberikan oleh kampus. Kalau kita mahasiswa, maka kita akan dapat diskon. Gitu. Jadi saya gabung ke membershipnya gym. Dan yang lebih serunya lagi, saya tertarik ke gym ini karena teman-teman saya semuanya pergi ke gym. Dan itu sesuatu yang saya nggak ngerasa ada di Indonesia gitu. Karena teman-teman saya semuanya pergi ke gym. Jadi kalau saya nggak pergi ke gym, saya ngerasa ada bahan pembicaraan yang ketinggalan gitu. Jadi kayak nggak nyambung ngobrolnya. Gitu. Makanya saya pergi ke gym. Dan saya menyukai kegiatan itu karena jadi rutin sekarang pergi ke gym. Kemudian ini adalah hal-hal yang saya lakukan selain belajar, selain weekdays gitu. Kalau weekend, di sini banyak kegiatan outdoor yang seru. Kalau lagi musim dingin gitu, danaunya beku, jadi kita bisa ice skating di danau aja, nggak perlu indoor gitu. Kemudian ini foto saya suka main piano, jadi saya main piano biasanya di auditorium kampus, karena banyak auditorium yang biasanya ada pianonya, dan kalau auditoriumnya kosong, saya tinggal datang aja gitu, main terserah kita gitu. Kemudian ini ada perpustakaan kota, terus ini ada banyak diskon untuk student, jadi saya bisa nyobain banyak kafe dan banyak restoran di sini karena ada diskon student. Terus ini ada sports bar, kadang diajak teman buat nonton pertandingan gitu di sports bar. Kemudian ada juga aktivitas keagamaan, di sini ada masjid dan komunitas Islamnya cukup erat walaupun kecil. Ada halakoh, ada pertemuan untuk khusus wanita Sabtu Minggu, dan organisasi yang lainnya. Saya tergabung dalam PPI, kemudian ada perkumpulan orang Finlandia Indonesia, dan kadang saya juga suka bantuin orang Indonesia di sini jualan makanan Indonesia. Dan seperti terlihat di gambar ini, banyak orang yang ngantri makanan Indonesia gitu. Dan ini adalah sesuatu yang baru saya rasakan. Saya mulai tumbuh rasa kecintaan terhadap alam, karena di sini alamnya sangat jinak gitu, tenang banget. Hewan-hewannya tuh kayak kelinci, terus rusa, tupai gitu. Jadi hewan-hewannya itu bukan hewan yang ganas. Jadi kalau misalnya duduk-duduk di taman atau di hutan itu kita merasa tenang, damai gitu. Dan foto yang dilihat di sini adalah aurora borealis. Ini fotonya diambil di belakang apartemen saya. Jadi sangat dekat sekali dengan alam gitu. Dan kami di sini modelnya kalau nongkrong nggak selalu habis-habisin uang, nggak selalu ke mall gitu. Karena mall bukan jadi tempat buat nongkrong, kami nongkrongnya ke taman bersama. Dan ini adalah apartemen saya. Saya suka sekali apartemennya, nyaman, apartemen mahasiswa. Dan tolong diingat jangan mencari AC, tapi harus ingatnya heaternya karena di sini dingin gitu. Dan ini juga menunjukkan bahwa apartemen mahasiswa selalu dekat dengan public transportation, dekat dengan bis. Jadi nggak perlu khawatir ketinggalan bis atau harus jauh jalan kakinya. Dan ini adalah biaya hidupnya yang paling besar mengenai apartemen, belanja harian, dan public transportation. Gitu. Yang ingin saya sampaikan adalah 1,5 tahun saya di Tampere University, saya bisa merasakan bahwa saya mendapat pendidikan yang berkualitas, komunitas internasional, dan pengalaman yang berkesan. Terima kasih.
All right. Thank you very much, Joanna and Camelia, for introducing us to Tampere University. We already have a few questions from the audience.
Yes.
The first one, I think Ms. Camelia would be able to respond to that. Ada pertanyaan tentang pembiayaan. Kalau Camelia ini self-funded atau ikut program scholarship, dan kalau ikut program scholarship, apakah bisa dijelaskan program beasiswanya apa?
Oke, kebetulan waktu saya daftar di tahun 2019 itu, saya ada beasiswa namanya Academic Excellence yang menanggung tuition fee dan living cost. Jadi memang yang sekarang sudah tidak ada lagi beasiswanya. Sekarang beasiswanya hanya mengcover tuition fee. Namun memang waktu itu saya dapat rezekinya, alhamdulillah dapat tuition fee dan living cost, yang mana living cost-nya setiap bulan 700 euro. Gitu.
Right. Terima kasih, Mbak. Berarti sekarang udah nggak ada lagi ya ininya, yang full scholarship.
Iya,
tapi
udah.
Kalau ini berarti hanya tuition fee saja.
Iya, tuition fee. Tapi bahwa di sini bisa sambil part time, dan itu banyak orang yang bisa survive dengan part time itu.
Alright, so actually the question on other than funding, another question that's pretty much an FAQ is about living cost and how people could sustain themselves through part-time jobs. So
Yes.
Many of you would like to enlighten us further on how far can your part-time job actually fund or sufficient for your living cost, and what are the opportunities are like these days, especially with in COVID times?
Yes, of course, COVID-19 has made this situation quite difficult because a lot of the students, for example, if they have a part-time job, it might be in restaurants and so, and those are, of course, very, very difficult in a very difficult situation at the moment. But one thing to understand is that you need to have a funding already when you apply for the residence permits. So you need to have funding before you arrive. So part-time jobs is about building networks, learning about Finnish culture. And yes, it can help in funding, but you have to understand that it has to be part of the sort of experience and not something that you require to have before you come, because you will not receive a residence permit on the basis of I can work when I come, because you need to have funding already. So it's kind of like an extra thing. A lot of the students find the job opportunities during, for example, the second year, so it helps, but then you have to do the master's thesis, which is quite a lot of work. So there's a combination of you need to put your studies first, and part-time jobs cannot sustain you in Finland. You have to have the means before you apply for residence permits and to upkeep your residence permits. And the level was a little under 7,000 euros.
Right, I see. And so another question is about applications. So I understand that you have bachelor degrees and master's degrees.
Yes.
But if I remember correctly, you do not have any PhDs, or do you?
We do. So we call them doctoral programs, so PhD programs. So we have about 22 of them in all of the fields that we educate in. And sometimes they are annual applications for them, sometimes biannual for some of them. So they're not open every year. And some of them are open twice a year for application. Those are often, but not always, funded by the university. It depends on the research team that you will go into and the program and so on. So when you go to our main website, you will easily find all the list of the doctoral programs that are in offer, for example, this year, and what kind of research they do and what they are looking for.
Thank you very much. And another question is more about life as international students at Tampere University. So for people who are interested in applying and wondering what would their first months as international students are going to be like in terms of common challenges, things to adapt with, and how to get used to the education system, how is the survival tips and tricks, so to speak, would be like?
I think Camilla is the perfect expert in this field. So do you have any tips for surviving Finland and Tampere?
Okay, alright, I'm gonna answer this in Indonesian. Jadi tantangan pertamanya mungkin cuaca, tergantung kalian datangnya di bulan apa. Tapi kalau kalian datang di bulan summer dan mulai kuliahnya September, maka akan kemungkinan cukup gampang transisinya nanti masuk ke winter. Tentunya waktu pertama kali datang dari suhu 30 ke suhu 15 untuk summer di sini agak kaget ya, tapi itu masih bisa bertahan kita di sini dengan jaket tipis-tipis. Itu pertama suhu. Kemudian yang kedua mungkin dari segi makanan. Kalau kalian khawatir nggak bisa makan makanan Eropa, roti, jangan khawatir karena di sini beras itu banyak bisa dicari. Gitu. Dan kalau kalian bisa hidup dengan masak jamur atau sayur-sayuran, di sini banyak bumbu-bumbu instan, jadi jangan khawatir untuk masalah makanan. Kemudian kalau mengenai pendidikan di sini, percaya deh kalian tuh pasti bisa survive. Kalau kalian di Indonesia, menurut saya standar di Indonesia itu malah lebih kuat tekanannya dari dosen, kayak pressure-nya itu lebih tinggi. Di sini itu pressure itu bisa dibilang nggak ada sama sekali gitu. Pressure itu malah justru adanya kalau kalian ngeliat teman-teman kalian belajar tapi kalian nggak belajar, atau kalian misalnya udah waktunya ngumpulin tugas terus kalian masih misalnya sibuk ngerjain yang lain gitu. Tapi kalau dari sekolah ya, dari universitas itu pressure-nya bisa dibilang lebih rendah dari Indonesia gitu, karena kompetisi di sini itu nggak ada antara mahasiswa, nggak kelihatan. Seperti yang saya jelaskan tadi sebelumnya, di sini tuh sistemnya independence. Kalau kalian goalnya itu pengen ambisi tinggi, ya kalian kejar itu sendiri, tapi belum tentu orang lain itu punya ambisi yang sama seperti kalian. Jadi jangan khawatir mengenai IPK atau jangan khawatir mengenai bahasa Inggris kalian gitu, karena orang di sini tuh keuntungannya di Finlandia adalah orang di sini bahasa Inggrisnya itu bagus, tapi mereka bukan native. Jadi kita nggak akan minder juga gitu, karena sama-sama kita bukan native, tapi kita bisa berkomunikasi dengan bahasa Inggris semampu kita gitu. Jadi yang pertama
waktunya habis, maaf.
Oke, ya.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Joanna and Ms. Camelia, for introducing us to Tampere University and sharing your insights. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, and this is the end of our Q&A session. So thank you very much for being here with us. I would also like to remind the audience of this webinar that EHEF 2020 will hold virtual fair for Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with the university representative, including Tampere University. You can access the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. Thank you very much for watching, and see you at the next session with Chalmers University.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji, and I am going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar in this session is going to be presented by Chalmers University, and we already have the representative from the university in the room. Hello, welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience? Oh, sorry, you are still muted. 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji, and I am going to be moderating this webinar.
I'm sorry, I had the YouTube live running at the same time. My bad. My name is Abhilash. I work at Chalmers University of Technology. Sorry, I got confused for a second. My name is Abhilash. I work at Chalmers University of Technology in Gothenburg, Sweden. I'm originally from India. I studied my own master's at Chalmers. I did master's in nanotechnology. And currently I work with international student communications and recruitment.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Abhilash. Love to have you here. And for the audience, please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session after this. And if you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to Sweden's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat section anytime throughout the presentation. And now please welcome Mr. Abhilash from Chalmers University.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Puji. Here's the presentation. I'm going to just start by quickly saying that I will be accompanied today by two people. I have my colleague who is on YouTube, and she's going to be basically posting a few links for you as I make the presentation. So you have access to the information directly there on the YouTube chat. And I will also be accompanied by a student, Rabbani Bagaskara. He's going to be joining us a little while later because he's sitting in class right now. So he's attending a lecture. He will be finishing right now, and in about 5 minutes, he will come to join us. Meanwhile, I'm going to do my best to present Chalmers to you. So welcome to Chalmers University of Technology. We always use this hashtag, #WeAreChalmers, to kind of show all of the content we have. So if you go on any of our social media channels and you look for We Are Chalmers, you should be able to find us. Quickly running through the presentation, the thing is this. For a sustainable future is Chalmers's main vision, right? So we have one vision, and that is for a sustainable future. Chalmers University of Technology believes that everything we do has to be for a sustainable future, because without that, humanity and the planet is at risk of losing itself. So we try to do this by ensuring that we include scientific excellence and promoting knowledge and technical solutions for a sustainable world. This is the way by which we know that we can help humanity. How do we do this? We actually do this by ensuring that we include some kind of sustainable development goal related information in our education. So our education is always associated to some kind of sustainable development goal. You will always find it, even if it's an extremely theoretical subject, you will still find some kind of sustainable development goal associated with that subject. So regardless of what you study at Chalmers, regardless of what you do, whether you're working or you're doing a project or you're doing an assignment or attending a lecture, there will always be an angle of sustainability involved there, as long as you're interested in it and are looking for it. So Chalmers University of Technology is approximately 200 years old. We are 191 years old today, and that's because we were founded in 1829. We have about 39 master's programs. Exactly speaking, we have 40 master's programs, but 39 of these master's programs are taught in English. That one master's program is actually taught in Swedish. So the ones that are taught in English are 39, and they are running for 2 full years, and they are all taught in English. And they are also full-time programs, which means that you're going to be studying approximately 40 hours per week. So this will include things like lectures and assignments and project work and company visits and so on and so forth. Some of these things we will actually go through during the rest of the presentation. We have 2 campus locations. We have about 3,000 master's students, about 500 exchange students, about 10,000 students in total. And in fact, Chalmers is probably the only university in Sweden that, and probably even in Europe, where the students actually get a name and they are called Chalmerists. You can look this up actually. About 1,000 international students and about 3,000 staff members. Those of you that are interested in doctoral studies would like to know that PhD students are not students at Chalmers, right? At Chalmers, PhD students are PhD employees. You are employed by the university. You will not pay fees to Chalmers. We will pay you a salary. And this means that you have to apply for it the same way you would apply for a job, right? So this is the only time I'm going to be speaking about PhD. That's it. We have closed the PhD chapter. Now we are going to completely only speak about masters from now. So we are located on the west coast of Sweden. So on the east coast, you have the capital, Stockholm, and that's not the side that we are on. We're on the western coast. So that means we have the Atlantic Ocean, we have Denmark, the UK, and if you look further on, you have the American continent, the North and the Southern American continent, right? So we are towards the Atlantic Sea. We are on the west coast of Sweden, and we are the second largest city. Gothenburg is a very green city. It's an old city. It is also a young city and a new city. So there's a lot of contradictions that the city actually makes up, because you have this 400-year-old city. Actually, in 2021, next year, in 1 month, we will actually be 400 years old. And while it is so old, it is still a very new city in a very modern way, right? So you've got old buildings and new buildings side by side. You also have all of these things that you will find in a big city, but Gothenburg is not so big when you think about the fact that we only have about 1 million people who are living in the city. So by Indonesian standards, by Jakarta standards, or by any Indonesian city standards, we are very, very small. But we have everything that big cities offer. We've got malls and movie theaters and, you know, theme parks and so on and so forth. So everything is available. It's also a green city, lots of parks, lots of forests. It doesn't take you very long to actually find a patch of green that would be yours, because you can find at least 313 square meters of space per person, right? And bike lanes all over the city. We also have islands. So just like Indonesia, where you have an archipelago, we also have an archipelago, but it's kind of smaller, right? You're an entire country of islands. We have just a few islands on the west coast. Yeah. The Gothenburg region is a very expansive region, lots of industries and companies and lots of startups and innovative environment here. So basically what happens is that since Chalmers is the only technical university in this region, these companies actually interact with us very much. And that is what is going to drive what we are going to see in the next slide, which is rankings. We will see that how Chalmers actually has such a very tight collaboration with industry that we are actually ranked number 1 in the Nordic region when you think about the CWTS Leiden ranking. And that is basically a measure of how much how much paper, as in how much publications, international research publications we are publishing in collaboration with industry. So we have a very high rate of collaboration with industry and production of research with industry. You can also see that the quality is also very good. We are number 3 in the Nordics, and 153 in the world, right? So we are actually very good at what we do. So in general, we are a very top, very highly ranked university, top 100 in some cases, especially when it comes to subject specific rankings, because, well, we can't really compete with general universities that are like, you know, if you take Universitas Indonesia, it has engineering, it has law, it has medicine and so many things. We can't compete with a university like that because we are a university of technology. We only do engineering, right? Engineering, architecture, and innovation or management associated with technology. And then we also have our own business incubator that lets us, that is also very, very good. You can start your own company. There are 8 things that I would bring to your attention if you wanted to ask, why would we choose Chalmers? We are hierarchically flat. This means that you have access to me, access to researchers, to teachers, to anybody at Chalmers, because it's very easy to call and talk to somebody. Hierarchically flat. Connection between education, research, and industry, we just spoke about. You know how tightly we are connected to industry. Group projects is something that you will always do. You are always doing it at least in pairs, anything, whether it's studying or project work, it doesn't matter. International Student Barometer is a survey of students that is turned into a ranking list. So normally ranking lists are consisting of data that we provide to them, whereas in this case, it's the students that are providing the data. And that is resulting in us being number 1 for student satisfaction for education. We have a very international environment. So when you do group projects with an international community, you actually learn a lot about other cultures and how to interact in this globalized world. We give you 6 months of free Swedish lessons, which are included in your fees. So you actually get to learn the language, and then the municipality of the city of Gothenburg actually gives you also free Swedish lessons throughout your stay. So you're more than welcome to learn the language, and it's actually encouraged in order to make sure that you get a job at the end of your studies. We guarantee you student housing. So since you are fee paying students or scholarship students, you will be guaranteed accommodation. You just have to get admitted, and then we will start the housing process for you. And then you will also have the social life that we want to make sure that it is friendly, welcoming, and safe and secure. It's very important for us that you feel like this is home away from home. The application period is currently open. It's opened already in October. It is closing in mid-January. On the 15th of January, it will close. So we recommend that you start making your applications if you haven't already done so. It's very simple to make it during this period of time, and then you will have the results and all of that come around later. That will be in April. But during this time, you can also chat with us, contact us through our buddy platform that you have on our Chalmers website. So you can just go there and you can visit us and start chatting with us and our students. You can apply by going to chalmers.se/masters. There will be a list of programs, and every program has an apply button that will take you to the university admissions website. You can choose up to 4 programs and pay an application fee of 900 Swedish crowns for all of these. So all the 4 will go into one application and you're done. Basically, you scan and upload all your documentation and make translations if and when necessary. All our architecture programs, we have 2 architecture programs. They are 90,000 Swedish crowns per semester. You're paying per semester. And then you've got the architecture programs, which are 70,000 Swedish crowns per semester. We have a free education for European students, but for non-European students such as yourselves, we have a lot of scholarships, which are either 75% or 100% tuition fee waivers. Some of these scholarships will also include living costs. In your case, you are eligible for only the 100% scholarships or the 75% scholarships. Living costs will not be included in your scholarship. We have many facilities. We have our own space observation area, by the way. So we have 2 campuses, but we have 3 locations. We actually have our own space observatory. We have our own clean room. So those of you that are interested in nanotechnology or interested in things like system chip design and things like that, you can actually access our or even materials chemistry or materials engineering. You will be actually able to access our clean room. We have libraries and architecture and civil engineering laboratories where the material is actually free. It's included for you, so you don't have to actually pay extra to use these things. We have career fairs where we will put you in touch with companies. We have study support for different subjects, including MATLAB and mathematics, student union activities, and even healthcare support. During the academic year, you will be doing a lot of different things, including exams and group work, but also you will be doing things like vacations and company visits and lunch seminars and lots of different things. After your studies, Sweden gives you the opportunity to stay back for 12 months. So you can apply for a 12-month stay back period. We are very highly ranked in Sweden and in the world for employability. In fact, more than 50% of the engineers in Sweden are usually from Chalmers, so to speak, yeah, because we are an old university. So you can find a job very well as long as you actually apply all of the things that you're supposed to apply for and learn the language and things like that. You can also start your own company or a PhD during these 12 months of period of stay back period. Now, I hope that Bagas is here already and is ready to present his student life presentation. Hello, Bagas. Welcome. Your microphone is turned off.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Bagas. Thank you, Abi, for your presentation. I will continue with my student life as a Chalmerist in Chalmers. Currently, I'm studying on my last year in Management and Economic of Innovation program, and I'm glad to share with everyone about my student life here.
Where are you from in Indonesia, Bagas?
I come from Bogor.
Cool.
But previously, I was studying in Bandung. So yeah, like Abi said before, it's about collaborative works with industry. For example, during my study here, I was collaborating with different kind of companies, which is very insightful for me. For example, I was working in project with Volvo, and also if you see the picture, I put the kimono there. It is about a museum because I was working with museum also. So it's really a wide perspective of industry. It's not only about the manufacturer, for example, but also from different perspective, like from Museum of Horticulture in Gothenburg. It's very interesting for me. And during my study in, sorry, can you break? During my study in Chalmers, it's not only we encourage to collaborate with industry, but also with students, especially with different programs. My program is focused on management, but like if you see the picture below, it's actually we are from very different program. Like I was collaborating with students from production engineering and also quality and management. So it's very huge opportunity to collaborate with different kind of industry and with different kind of students in different programs. You can next. Well, although I put like fun study, this is a part of not too fun, because like if you see the picture here, it's actually part of my examinations. And you can see I bring snack here. It's quite common here in Sweden when you have an exam, you can bring any kind of snacks or even salad. Like some of my friends I saw, they bring salad during the study. So you are not too stressed during your exam, because you can like still eating during your examination, but still you need to pay attention to what you eat, I think. I mean, you couldn't bring your nasi padang, for example, to your examination room. Yeah. As a student in Chalmers, I was joined many kind of activities. There are a lot of activities held in Chalmers and in Gothenburg in general. Like I guess there are more than 25 student organizations right now in Chalmers, and currently I'm joining one of them. Is it about entrepreneurship society? And you can see in the picture, it was like I had dinner with my friends from the society. It's really interesting because like it teaches me how we can collaborate with different students, especially when you're trying to really understand what's the culture of collaboration of Swedish people, for example, because like most of them actually are Swedish. And it's really interesting how it's different when I was working in Indonesia, for example. And I've already said before about in the west side of the Sweden, we have a lot of beautiful natures. Like I've been hiking, camping, or even have picnic in the park. It was very beautiful, and it also have like fresh air everywhere. So it's really good opportunity to go outside actually, especially during the summer. And there's also a lot of event in the Gothenburg. I was came to the Nobel Prize event last year. It was really inspiring. Like there, I met like 5 different panelists of Nobel laureates, which I think is like very rare opportunity when you are not studying in Sweden and are not in Gothenburg, for example, because basically the Nobel Prizes is very huge in Sweden. And if you're also interested in like sport, for example, I also tried once swimming in the Chalmers. We have swimming pool in the campus. It's really a good one. And we also have sauna. I also tried that one also in Chalmers. So Chalmers already offers you like very different kind of opportunity and different kinds of activities based on your interests.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Next, Uri. And I've been received a lot of questions about the part-time students actually. Well, I would say, is it possible? But one thing that should be highlighted is, as a student in Chalmers, actually we are expected to study around 40 hours a week, which means it already includes your lecture, your self-study, your seminars, your examination, and so on. But is it still possible? Because I also have my part-time here. For example, I was one of the student ambassador. If you are following our social media, we are Chalmers, you may see some of my content creation there. I also currently teaching piano to some of kids. So I will say like it is very possible for you to have part-time as students, but still the main purpose of here is for studying. So you need to pay attention to your study more.
I have a question for you, Bagas. Do you think you can make a lot of money with part-time work? Is it possible to live on part-time work?
Because I limit my hours to work actually, so I would say it's not possible for me to pay all my expenses from the part-time. But because yeah, like I said before, my main aim to come here is to study, not for looking for a job.
Exactly.
For now, yeah.
So that brings us to the more boring information. Like Bagas's presentation is the best part of the presentation that we have. So basically, you've got these important links. You've got chalmers.sc/masters, where we have our programs, we have our tuition fees, we have our scholarships at the scholarship portal, and then we've got the Meet Us section. So we actually are conducting a number of webinars on a very regular basis. This week alone, today alone, I have 2 webinars. So this is one, and then in the afternoon, I'm going to be having another webinar with 2 other students, where we will actually be expanding on what Baga spoke about student life. So we are actually going to be speaking about student life in the afternoon today for about an hour. So you're more than welcome to visit our events page and join us for those events as well. We have all of our social media contacts here. Actually, this information is kind of lacking the line group for Indonesia. I'm going to put that up in a second when we actually have the Q&A. So we can move on to the Q&A now, and then I will edit this presentation to show you the link for the line group for Indonesia so that you can join. Like Baga says, he's a student ambassador, and he's actually the one that's making our YouTube videos. One of the people, there are 2 people that are making our YouTube videos, and he is also on the line group, so he can actually answer your questions in Bahasa Indonesia if you need that kind of help. So yes, Puji, let's go to the questions.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Abhilash and Bagas. It was such an insightful introduction to Chalmers University and how to study there. Thanks for sharing with us. Now let's begin with the Q&A session. First of all, thank you for addressing one of the most frequently asked questions on part-time jobs, because a lot of people are actually interested in making the most of their time working and studying. And, you know, if you can get extra money on the side, why not? But exactly. It's very important as well to remember why are you there for in the first place. So thank you very much. So in relation to that, we also, one of the other financial related question is actually about funding. So when it comes to funding, other than what's available online, like on your website, what are the scholarship opportunities or tuition waiver available for Indonesian students to study at Chalmers University?
Cool question.
For bachelor's and master's, because you don't have PhD students, you have PhD employees.
Exactly. So we don't have PhD students, right? So as master students, in order for the scholarships to actually come through, what you would do is you would go to our website. I'm sharing my screen right now. I hope you can see it. Yeah. I'm going to education on top over here, and then I click on fees and scholarships, and then I go to click on scholarships. Right. So when I go to the scholarships page, what we can see is a list of scholarships. So it's not just 1 or 2, there are a number of scholarships that are being offered. So it would be difficult for us to actually say, this is available for you, this is available for you. But you're lucky, you have me. So I've been working on this website forever, so I kind of remember those details. You can apply for the Avancé scholarship, which would be a 75% tuition fee waiver. You can also apply for the iPoet scholarship, which would also be a 75% tuition fee waiver. There is also for you the Adler-Bert study scholarships, which would be a 100% tuition fee waiver. And then you also have the Swedish Institute scholarships, which are actually offered by the Swedish Institute. And this is a Swedish government organization. They are attached to the foreign ministry and are funded by foreign aid money. So in order to get to know more about these scholarships, you have to go to their website, which you can do by just clicking on this link. It will take you to their website, and they will have their own process and their own information regarding it. We can't really help you more than this information that we have over here. But in general, as I was saying, you can apply to these 3 scholarships: Adler-Bert study scholarships, the iPoet scholarships, and the Avancé scholarships. Those are the 3 that we have, and none that include living expenses, therefore.
All right. Thank you, Abhilash. This question is for Bagas. Someone from the audience would like to know how you fund your study, particularly. Like, for example, do you fund? Are you self-funded, or are you on scholarship? And if you are on a scholarship, how was it like for you to apply that actually finally gets you here?
Yeah. All right. So actually, I was combination of scholarship and self-funding. Actually, like for my tuition fee, I was awarded with the Adventure Scholarship, the one from Chalmers that Abhi showed you previously. And for my living costs, it's mostly because I'm self-funding, so I already prepared everything before I came here, like from my saving, my works, and so on. But again, it's also good to have some money actually during study here. That's why I'm still taking some of part-time jobs, even though it's not much to be honest. But is it good also because I was looking for more broadening my experience, not only for looking for money.
Right. That's very interesting. And actually,
Oh,
more question for Bagas.
sorry,
What
can
are
I
the
add something more?
challenges?
Actually, I forgot
What are the
something.
challenges that you've experienced as a foreign student?
Well, I would say it's quite a culture shock when I came here for the first time, because like it's totally different here. Like I felt like when I was in Indonesia, people are very open. For example, it's easily to making friends, but here I would say it's more challenging in a way, not because they're big-headed or something, but it's just because we need two different approaches with other people. But at the same time, also for me, it's very fascinating me to be exposed with different kind of culture. For example, because in Gothenburg alone, it's not only Swedish who live here. There's a lot of people from different culture, from different countries, and I would say this diversity is really fascinating me, not only for the works, but also for like uh, understanding people. Like I was exposed with different kind of perspective, which is unique when I compare to Indonesia.
All right. Thank you very much, Bagas. Now, a question for Mr. Abhilash
Sure.
on application. So I suppose this is relevant particularly for PhD. But the question is it required for applicant to find a local supervisor first before applying?
Neither for PhD nor for masters. So it's not necessary for you to find a local supervisor before you make an application. So the process is basically, if it's for masters, you're basically just going to the program page, picking the program, clicking on the apply button, going to the website that it takes you to, and completing an application over there. That's it, right? And then of course you have to follow the rules and regulations, which is like, the documents that you need to submit and all of those things. When it comes to the PhD part, it's the same thing, but you are doing it on the Chalmers website. You're going to the Chalmers website, you're looking at the vacancies, all the jobs that are listed on the Chalmers website, you will find a PhD position and you would apply for it. That's it. And with that, I would like to make a parenthesis and say that this is the contact page that I was talking about with the line group for the Indonesia line group. So you can join the line group just by, I don't know, maybe you can just take a screenshot of this slide, but basically you can join our line group and then you can chat with us if you don't want to chat with us on our buddy platform and things like that.
Well, probably some people would be interested in being silent readers first.
Absolutely.
All right. Moving on to life after graduation. Someone from the audience asked, what kind of career opportunities available for international graduates there in Sweden? Probably both of you can share your own insight in this matter.
Absolutely. In my case, at least, like I am a graduate, right? So I have finished, and then I finished my studies at Chalmers, and then now I'm working in something completely different from what I studied. So I might not be the best example of finding a job after graduation, but we did not say finding the job, we said finding a job, and I did find a job, right? So I think the experience is basically this, that you need to, of course, learn the language, and it's not about being fluent or anything else. It's simply about showing that you want to stay, that you want to communicate, that you want to become part of the society. And learning the language therefore gets you into a network of Swedes that would be the reason why you would get a job, because in Sweden, it's kind of how you find a job. You find a job by knowing people. Yes, you must make an application. You have to go through the formalities of it, but knowing somebody always helps, because that person can tell you about a job or recommend you for a job and things like that. So I would say, especially within the tech area, Sweden has absolutely no issues employing international students. Also within the management area and things like that. So it's not really difficult for students to find a job. The question is whether there are uncontrollable factors that are going really bad for you. An example would be a pandemic or Another example would be a political development that results in a bad situation for you. So those things are out of your control. So as long as those things are, good for you, then it should not be a difficult situation for you to find a job. Bagas, you have something to add?
Well, I'm maybe not talking about the job itself because I haven't graduated yet, but currently I'm will doing my thesis in one of car companies in Gothenburg. And it's actually, I applied to the same vacations like people applying a job. So I would say the opportunity is still there because like me, I still get thesis topic from the company like the others people.
Exactly. And one really good thing for that Bagas is actually pointing out here is the fact that when you do your thesis at a company, we know that about 22% of our students actually get a job through the master's thesis. So we know that kind of, fact of doing a thesis at a company results in you getting a job at that company is actually a thing that happens. So it's a good thing for you to actually keep in mind that thing also. And that will, of course, become important because of the fact that we have such a tight collaboration with industry.
Exactly.
Right. All right. Thank you very much, both of you. We have more questions from the audience. Another question on PhD application, actually. Is it possible to enroll in the PhD program with my own research topic instead of applying for the vacancy that's available?
That might be a bit too difficult because, the point is this, like, it's not so, the reason why that is difficult is this. Let me explain it quite simply. Like I said, PhD is a job, which means if you are going to employ somebody, right? So let's say you have a company and you're going to give a job to somebody, that means that you need to have money to pay that person, right? So you've already prepared money in advance to be able to pay this PhD person. And you've decided already that this is the job that I'm going to pay for. Now, if you are going to get a job application from somebody that says, hey, I know that you want a painter, but I'm a carpenter. Can I get a job? What's going to happen is I might need a carpenter, but now I have to go find the money for the carpenter because I only have money for a painter right now, right? And that is going to be an issue. It's going to become very difficult. Finding funding for a proposal that you're making is going to go the long way around, right? So it's instead of touching your nose directly, you're touching it around your head, and that's going to take time, which is not a good situation. So I would say it is possible, but how easy is it going to be for you? I can't really, speak to the merit of that situation.
All right. Thank you very much for the insight, because it might be something that people are not very familiar with, because,
Exactly.
We had questions about, do I have to find supervisors first, for example? It seems like there's pattern of applying for PhD that people are already familiar with, and it's nice to hear that there are not a one-size-fits-all PhD application situation. So thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Actually, more question on the programs that you offer. Actually, somebody asked, do you have any joint or double degree for engineering subjects?
Yes, we actually do have double degree programs and things like that. It's not something that we speak about a lot simply because of the fact that it's not the easiest thing to explain. But if I go to my webpage over here, I hope you're seeing the webpage right now, and you look at our website. You have something called student mobility, and in here we actually list a few of the programs that we have. One of the most common kinds of programs is the Nordic 5 Tech or the Erasmus Mundus programs. So, and that would be basically where you do 1 year at one country, one university in one country, and then you do another year at another university in another country. So yes, we have a number of these programs, and you can of course find that information on our website. You can just go to student mobility on the education part.
All right. Thank you very much. And we have more question on the life of an international student, actually. So as we've already talked about before, like the pandemic situation has changed a lot of stuff in our lives, which may also be include how some people, let's say, who get a part-time job might probably have different opportunities these days. And how is the situation actually affects students' livelihood in general?
Bagas, maybe I'll let you start and then I can come in with the official angle.
Okay, all right. So in my opinion, well, it's of course changing a lot actually, especially with related with the project, for example, or like our hangouts sessions. We've been going out a lot before this pandemic because the nature is really good, but due to the condition, it's really hard actually to really go out. But like for example, there's a lot of digital event for now. It's not only for well, I would say it's not specifically on for international students, but of course international student can join it. And I've seen a lot of international students because I'm sure another international student they are looking for many experience during their study in Sweden, in Gothenburg, for example. So it's just how it's held differently, but I think the student life is still livelier in different kind of ways. Yeah, and related to part-time job, I will say again that you need to prepare your financial in advance. So do not really depend on the situation because you still don't know what happened in the future. Maybe not the pandemic, but something happens in the different ways. But yeah.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, from the official perspective, I don't think there's anything more that I can add to what Bagas says, because the thing is that, yeah, it's a reality. The pandemic is here. It's nothing that we can do anything about ourselves. The university has a very strong standing when it regards to social distancing and things like that. We make sure that our students are safe, that we only put them in groups, physical groups, if and only necessary. So it's not like, it's, everything is all right. So on and so forth. So we always take those precautions and things like that. And we understand that it affects students and their lives. But unfortunately, from a university perspective, we have to put their health and safety ahead of everything else. So we go from that perspective, and then students always find their, the ways to move around those rules or find a way to actually meet each other and things like that. So yes, that's how it works.
All right, thank you very much. We have time for one more question.
Mm-hmm.
So this is about getting employment opportunities after graduation. So is it common to have on-campus recruitment, or is there any support from the university that the students or fresh graduates can use, or if there's any link to the industries to find employment?
Right. So as I was saying earlier, right, like the university, Chalmers is one of the most, in this region at least, we are very strongly connected with industry. And what that does for you is, first and foremost, like Bagas was saying, it puts you in touch with industry on a regular basis. It could be through a guest lecture. It could be through a lunch visit or a lunch seminar. It could be through a career fair, and so on and so forth. And career fairs there are many career fairs that happen at the university. Now, the pandemic is, of course, changing things and how that works and things like that. The fact of the matter is that the university usually organizes a large career fair every year. So an annual career fair happens. It's a 2-day career fair. About 150 companies from all over Sweden and Europe actually show up on our campus, and they are there to actually talk to you and give you information about what kind of opportunities they have and what they're looking for and things like that. But that said, each department, each faculty at the university also organizes smaller career fairs throughout the year. So that doesn't happen only once a year. It happens throughout the year, which means that you actually get to meet companies who are related to your area of expertise on a smaller scale. And that means much more personal contact. In addition to, of course, the things that Bagas also said, thesis with companies, projects with companies, assignments with companies, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of ways in which you come into contact with industry. And in doing so, in having done that, you actually have the opportunity to network with them and take advantage of that network in order to then find the job that you would want to have at the end of your studies. Now, this, of course, has to take into factor all the other things that we're talking about: language, grades, networking, volunteering for things, showing that you're responsible and you're an initiative taker, things like that. But all of those things, when put together, makes it easy for you to find a job.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for Mr. Abhilash and Bagas for introducing us to Chalmers University and answering our questions. I hope It's been an enlightening time for everyone in the audience as well. And this is the end of our Q&A session. I would also like to remind the audience that EHEF 2020 will hold virtual fair on Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with the university representatives, including Chalmers University. And you can accept the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. Thank you everyone for watching, and see you at the next session with Halmstad University. Bye.
Yes. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji, and I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by Halmstad University. We already have representatives from Halmstad University in the room. Hello, welcome. I see that there are few people right now. Would you like to introduce yourself one by one, if you please?
Okay, thank you very much. I can start. My name is Stig Pertu from Halmstad University. So I'm very much looking forward to this session to talk to students from Indonesia.
Hi, I'm Kalyani and I'm working as an international student coordinator at Halmstad University. And we will have a presentation and then questions. And we have an alumni student. Suchi, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Suchi. I'm an alumni from Halmstad University and one of the master program in English.
Hi, Suchi. Long time no
Hi,
see.
Steve. Yeah, how are you?
Fine.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming and sharing your insight today in the webinar session. For those in the audience, please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to Sweden's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat section anytime throughout the presentation. And right now, I would like to invite from Halmstad University, who's going to start?
Yes, I am going to
right.
start the presentation.
Okay, please welcome everyone, Ms. Kalyani from Halmstad University.
Thank you. Hope you all can see my screen, the presentation.
Yes.
So, welcome to Halmstad University. And yes, what is Halmstad University? It is an innovative university with different perspectives to meet when, with respect to education, collaborations, research, etc. What is Halmstad University's vision? We would like to be a creative and innovative university, offer a top-level student experience, work with collaboration for vitality and use. Yes, before we talk about Halmstad University, we just say something about Sweden. Where is Halmstad University located? Halmstad University is located in city Halmstad, and it is, if you can see this, this is Sweden, and we are in the southern part of Sweden. We are located southwest and very close to Denmark. And it is, as Sweden being a home of innovation, Sweden is also a world leader in innovation and the birthplace of many famous global brands such as AstraZeneca, Volvo, IKEA, H&M, Spotify, etc. And according to the European Innovation Scoreboard, Sweden is the leading EU country in innovation. Yes, these are some of our few Swedish innovations like 3-point safety belt, Celsius scale, safety matches, Tetra Pak zippers, computer mouse, Sky, Bluetooth, GPS. All these innovations are from Sweden. And yes, Halmstad is a student city of the year. In Halmstad, there are about around 100,000 inhabitants. The population of Halmstad is 100,000. And yes, it is a small city, but we have a very good beaches, a very good views, sceneries, a very good nature. We are surrounded with 3 beaches and we are close to everything. Transportation is very easy here in Halmstad. Everyone takes bikes from one corner to other corner of the city. Everything is feasible. We can find everything in this small city. Yes, and we are also close to 2 big cities, that is Gothenburg and Malmö. And we are, as I mentioned before, we are very close to Denmark. It's almost 2 hours by train from Halmstad to Denmark. If you choose Halmstad University and you have to travel to Halmstad, then Copenhagen is the airport. You can get down in Denmark in Copenhagen. Copenhagen is capital of Denmark. You can land there and take a train directly and reach to Halmstad University or Halmstad City in 2 hours approximately. So yes, if you can see that we are in southern part of Sweden and we are very close to all other countries in Europe. Yes, and let's talk something about our campus. We have a very mixed groups. We have students from approximately 30 different countries, and we have a lot of group works, team management, team building opportunities, projects. So we try to create platforms where different students meet and discuss the opportunities and create a lifestyle here. And our campus is very close to city center. We have almost student union, health, everything in the campus you can get help with. And yes, innovative study environments, different kinds of labs, DLCs, 3D labs. If you can see, this is our electronic labs and fab labs. The students actually go to these labs and create their own ideas, present it, use it to create prototypes and present in their projects and theses. So yes, we have a very, our health lab is also famous as well. And yes, education for the future. We have 12 master programs to choose between. And yes, some of our master programs are focuses on engineering and technology, health and life science, environmental science, and business administration. So if you can see in engineering, we have various choices like information technology, embedded intelligent systems, and in innovation, we have industrial management innovation, digital service innovation, energy smart innovation. And for the mechanical students, of course, you can choose to apply for mechanical engineering, industrial management. We also have cybersecurity programs like network forensics. And for students who are interested in networking and electronics, we have master program in electronic design. In health and lifestyle, we have Nordic welfare, and in environmental science, we have applied environmental science that focuses on wastewater management and pollution, cleaning of air pollutants. And in business administration, we have two different focuses that one on international marketing, strategic entrepreneurship in international marketing, and strategic entrepreneurship in strategic leadership. So yes, these are our master programs. Collaboration with industries. Yes, many of our education programs have close collaboration with industries in each course. Some or the other way, we try to collaborate with the industries and create an steady atmosphere where the assignments and projects has to be delivered through the company. So you will have real-time problems and you need to create some real-time solutions for these challenges in the companies through case studies, assignments, and projects. So yes, Stig, over to you.
Sorry. Yes. Like Kaljana mentioned, we are a very innovative and entrepreneurial country, and these are some brands that originate from Sweden. I mean, some old ones like the car manufacturing Volvo and clothing giant H&M, and new companies like Spotify. So whatever program you choose to study in Halmstad, you will for sure have these potentials to collaborate with the companies, the Swedish companies and many of the international companies located in Sweden. And this might be during the regular studies, but maybe most likely through your final thesis project, that in most cases are in collaboration with the companies. And that's being a very good way to get a foot into a company. And if you're looking for a future career in Sweden. Next slide, please. And also if you are having this dream or idea of becoming an entrepreneur, we have the High Five. It's a sort of a business incubator where you will have some various help in setting up your own company in Sweden. Thank you. Next. Kalyani, you continue here?
Yes.
Kalyani, so sorry, Kalyani, just we have to keep track of the time.
Yeah, sure. And yes, apart from our educational programs, we also have some extracurricular programs like SEEP, Student Employability and Experience Program. This is an extracurricular program that the students who are admitted to our master programs can apply for it. And this is a program to create the business culture here in Sweden, understand the language, working culture, create a network. Maybe this program also helps you to create a CV according to a Swedish business environment. And this is more like an evening classes. So once you're admitted to our master program, you will have an opportunity to apply for this program as well. And you can also learn some basic Swedish in this program. So yes, and we also have some competitions and degree project presentation like QTexpo if you are interested, and we will also give you that information via email if you're interested in any of these kind of activities. So student life, yes, apart from education's extracurricular activities, as I have mentioned before that yes, Halmstad is a city of students, and we have been awarded as a student city for 2019 and 2020. And you can find friends for life by joining one of our student associations and start your own based on your interests. For example, we have a lot of buddy programs that you can cooperate with each other and meet other students. So there is a lot to do here regarding being a student. So yes. Explore cultures and traditions. If you are registered with our student union, you can our student union do organizes trips to Lapland and moose safaris and small lands, deep forest, and there are also some local trips to beaches and some Galveriet forts and etc. So this is a very good opportunity if you are a student here. 4 reasons to study Halmstad University. Yes, it is an innovative university with an entrepreneurial spirit, close collaboration with industries, family-like atmosphere at campus. You feel we are very close to each other, and we try to help as much as possible. And it is a very close environment, so you feel like a family. And yes, Student City of the Year 2019 and 2020. Yes. And we have some other webinars if you wish to participate, and we are available on Thursdays as well. This is where you reach us, and we have our alumni student Suchi. She also have a presentation, so I will start sharing her presentation now.
While you're doing this, so after Susie's presentation, we will be happy to answer questions. It could be for her, coming from Indonesia, living in Halmstad, Sweden, her experience, and it could also be some more about the general requirements or scholarships, or yeah, related questions. So we will do that after Susie has ended her presentation.
Suchi?
Thank you, Stig and Kalyani. So hi everyone, my name is Suchi Arianti. You can just call me Suchi. So I originally from Jakarta, and I was an alumni of IPB in Indonesia when I was in my bachelor degree, and I graduated from Halmstad in 2019. So I studied in Halmstad under a scholarship from SI, Swedish Institute Scholarship. It's a full scholarship from Swedish government or Swedish Institute. So you can go next. Yeah. Okay, so it's just a small explanation about SI scholarship. The picture that you've seen here, it's the full awardees of Swedish Institute Scholarship from my year and the 2018 to 2019 one. So the scholarship is aimed for developing countries, and one of them is Indonesia. So if some of you are watching now and thinking to apply for SI scholarship, you can go to their page directly. Yeah. Next. So I'll just try to go fast so then we can have Q&A more time later. So this is some of the picture that I've taken during my study in Halmstad. When it comes to the study experience, I would say that I've gained a lot because I studied in the Strategic Entrepreneurship for International Growth program, specifically in international marketing. And during my study, I've got the experience to go for an exchange to China. It was for 2 months. And at the same time, I could also join EHEF, which Kalyani has mentioned before, that it's one of the incubator for making new business. So, and during a break, I could also join student ambassador for the university and help to welcome new students in the new admission year. So these are some of the picture. And outside of academic life, I would say that the different experience that I have gained during my study in Halmstad was that because I was the only one Indonesian student at my year. So then it's kind of give me a very huge chance to be to make friends from people from all over the countries. Especially I lived in a dorm as well, and in a dorm there were a lot of student activities. People socialize a lot, and yeah, it was very fun. And maybe Halmstad as a city, it's Halmstad is a small city, so I could just use bike everywhere, and I could save a lot of money from that, and I could reach a lot of places as well, even though I'm just riding my bike. Yeah, that's summary of it. So here, maybe you can see the picture of when I was doing an exchange. I would almost apply for the SEEP one, the Student Experience Employability Program. I would recommend that for everyone that is thinking to apply for Halmstad, because I know that some of my friends that were the members of SEEP could finally get jobs. I mean, I understand that when it comes to jobs, it's also everyone has different efforts and so on, but that program really helps for students that aiming to live in Sweden after and looking for jobs after study. So yeah, next, I think that's a short story of mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sushi. You came to Halmstad in Sweden from Indonesia.
Yeah.
Was it, what was it like? I mean, did you know anything about Sweden or before you came there?
Yes, for Sweden, but not so much for Halmstad. I would really be honest that, I mean, from Indonesian perspective, that I didn't really hear a lot about Halmstad University before. But then I'm focusing more on the program that I've chosen, because for me, the program is what really impacted me the most, other than the university. But then when I came to Halmstad, I think the first time I went there, I chose the Stockholm airport. So that was my first mistake, because Halmstad is actually located in the southern part of Sweden, right? So it's better to take an airplane to Copenhagen than Copenhagen to Halmstad. And that's also one of the benefit living in Halmstad. I think I've been to Copenhagen so many times. I couldn't even count anymore. So it's
yeah, I mean, I guess coming to studying at Halmstad University, I mean, you will not only study, I mean, you will also, you mentioned Copenhagen, but I guess it's rather easy to travel to other countries in Europe as well, because you had a Schengen visa.
True.
So did you go anywhere else in Europe?
I went to a lot of places, actually. I think I've been to Spain, I've been to Italy, France, Germany, Denmark, Norway, the closest one. So a lot of countries. Yeah, but even in the university itself, I did a lot of activities with Kalyani during the student ambassador program. With EHEF, joined one startup for several months. And yeah, I mean, living in a small city and study at the same time. I also studied Swedish in SFE, and SFE classes is inside of the university. So it's very good to save my time from running from my class, from my master, and then running to SFE to learn Swedish. So I really love it.
Yeah, maybe we should mention that those of you who are admitted for the 2-year master programs at Halmstad University, you will be offered these Swedish language courses. They are for free. And it's, I mean, even though I would say most Swedes are fairly good in speaking English, and you can speak English almost everywhere in the society, learning Swedish is very useful, especially if you want to look for a career afterwards.
Yeah.
I don't know the representative of the fair, if there are any questions, or then you just shout out, or otherwise we will just keep on talking.
I would like to mention a little bit before the questions about our applications. Right now, the application period is already open, and the deadline for the application is 15th of January, 2021. And yeah.
I can also say the general rule when you apply for a master program, and as you saw, it's master programs what we have. The general rule is if you're going for a, let's say, a master program in international marketing, you should have a bachelor within the same field. It could be business administration, economics, something similar. And if you go for a master program, let's say in IT, then you should have a bachelor related to computer science or something. Then there are a few exceptions. We have one program called Nordic Welfare, which is open to any bachelor background. But maybe if you write the email for us in the chat, Kalyani, the admissions. So if you have questions like, am I qualified to? Then I suggest you send an email to our admission help desk with your transcripts, and then we can guide you on what programs you would be qualified to. And then, of course, you need also to prove your English proficiency. And what we ask for at Halmstad is that you have either IELTS with an overall score of 6.5 or TOEFL IBT 90. We do also accept tests like Cambridge and Pearson's and so on. But again, if you have questions, just send us your documents and we will let you know.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Kalyani, Mr. Stick, and Ms. Suchi for sharing your insight and experience with us. So shall we begin with the Q&A session? We actually have compiled some FAQs that have been reoccurring over and over again. So we might, bring this closer to Halmstad University, experience.
Yes.
So probably the first question, one that is being asked over and over again, is about scholarship. And while Suchi has already explained that she studied in Sweden on a scholarship, would you probably have, could you elaborate on how diverse is the scholarship opportunities are like for international students, to particularly Indonesian, to study in Sweden, especially in Halmstad University?
Susie, first, if I may start, the Swedish Institute or the SI scholarship, you can apply for that scholarship to all of our master programs. That's the first thing. And maybe, Susie, you can give some tips after me. I mean, what to think of when you're making this application. But I would also like to mention the other scholarship that is from the university, the Halmstad University Scholarship. That is, it's not as beneficial, it's not as good as an SI scholarship, but still it's a tuition fee reduction of 50% or 25%. Those scholarships are distributed based upon your GPA. So you need to have a rather good GPA, and then we will invite you sometimes in February to apply for the scholarship. So the important thing for you to know right now is you have to apply for a program, and once you are, if you are qualified, if you are considered qualified, we will contact you later on to apply for the Halmstad University scholarship. The SI scholarship you need to apply to on their web, and there are strict deadlines that you must follow. There are no exemptions from this. You must follow the deadline, and you must do the application as instructed on the Swedish Institute web. And then you need to have some work experience, and you need to write some motivating letters. But maybe, Susie, you can share with us your experience of how you applied.
Yeah, thank you, Stig. So for the SI scholarship one, first is that all the new students should apply first to the university for the admission during the admission period. But then once the admission period ends, then you can start the application for SI, and it will start as well in February. I think when it comes to the deadline, it would be more or less the same with the Halmstad University one. But SI itself, you can check on their website. It's si.se, and you can find the documents there. There will be motivation letter, reference letter, and several other recommendation. I mean, they have their own template, so you cannot make it by yourself. And until now, as long as I know, that they haven't really uploaded templates. So if you want to apply for that scholarship, you should wait maybe until December or January, because I think as I wanted you to focus first on the admission period and fulfill all the requirements given by the universities. And then after that, you can go through with the SI one. But yeah, and also the basic requirement is that you need to have the 3,000 hours working experience. It's more or less 2 years.
What could that be? Work experience?
The work experience is actually, it can be full-time work. It can also be part-time work, or if you have your own business, that could also be calculated as working experience. And the breakdown of how you calculate it, you can also find it on their website. It's very detailed there. Yeah.
Apart from you get this financial support, what did it mean to you being an SI scholarship, having this? Because I know you did some other activities as well. Yeah.
So a part of that, we also became one of the member for the SI-NFGL. It's a network for future global leaders. And SI always created different events throughout the year, even during my time as an awardee and after my time as an awardee. So it means a lifetime membership for that organization. Yeah, that one, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have more questions?
Yeah. So we have this point, also discussed over and over again, which is about the current COVID-19 pandemic situation and how it changes how people experience education, how people learn, how people live, which also affect life as international students. So probably this is for Stig and Kalyani, considering the current COVID-19 pandemic situation. How do you see the next academic year at Halmstad University going to look like?
Okay, but I mean, we have been infected as the rest of the world has been. Sweden has not been locked down as other European countries. We have remained open with, but with a strict recommendation from the government to practice social distancing. But this has been recommendations and not law. So organization has decided to remain open or to closed. But so those international students who arrived this year in August, the education was on campus, but with elements of online. So it was a sort of a hybrid education where sometimes on campus and sometimes online. And this is what we will continue to practice as long as the pandemic goes on. But for the next year, the plan is regular campus studies. But of course, we don't know where this pandemic will take us in the future. But during these hard times we have passed, we were open for studies on campus. So the students came here in August and did their studies on campus and online. Kalyani, do you want to add something?
Yes, added to that, we try to be safe first. So we try to give them the information as early as possible. And like Stig said, we would like to continue the education on campus. But right now it's like half campus and half digital. So all the parts that we can do with digital, we are doing it for our safe condition, to be safe.
And of course, all our students are covered by the Swedish healthcare system. So pray nothing happens, but if something happens, you will have access to the Swedish healthcare system through our insurances and everything. So, yeah.
All right.
But hopefully,
thank you. Yeah. Yes, no, go ahead.
No, you more questions if you have.
Right. Yeah. We have a question from the audience regarding what you said earlier, Stig, about the questions on eligibility. To which email exactly can the audience get their can they address their questions? If it's possible, you can also put the answer on YouTube live chat. You can type it over there.
It's very simple. It's admissions@hh.se. Admissions@hh.se.
Right. I will be putting that on our live chat box as well.
Yeah.
So it's available.
So to the audience, you are very much welcome just to email, send us the documents, because once you apply for the university on the university admissions page, you need to pay the application fee. Otherwise, they will not process your documents. But if you want some sort of pre-evaluation from Halmstad University and our programs, you can send an email to these admissions@hh.se, and I will let you know if you apply for this, you will be qualified or not qualified.
All right, thank you, Stig. We have more questions from the audience. This is also something that has been asked in previous sessions. It's about changing majors. So let's say you study something, let's say social science, on for your bachelor's degree, and then you have a couple of years of working experience working in, let's say, engineer, and then you would want to study something engineer related for your master's degree. Is that kind of study program changing possible in Halmstad University?
In Sweden, actually, yes. In Sweden, it is actually not possible, because the bachelor degree of the student is validated rather than the work experience. But in any case, if an engineering student would like to study business, then it is possible, because we have programs like industrial innovation management or energy smart innovation or digital service innovation. These are the programs that an engineering student who are interested to study business can apply for. But but if they completely want to have an MBA degree, then it is not possible.
So we have like 12, 13 master programs, and 8 of them require that you have the same background from the bachelor as the master program. But we have 2 or 3 programs. One of them, the Nordic Welfare, that is open to all academic backgrounds. And then we have industrial management and innovation, which are open to all engineering technology students, more or less. And also digital service innovation that is open to different backgrounds, but the general rule is the master will follow the bachelor. But again, if you email admissions@hh.se, I will let you know if you are qualified for a specific program, or I will let you know what program you could be applied to.
All right. So that's an interesting bit about choosing what to study for your higher education, and whether or not it's possible for you to apply for a different type of degree. Do you have any tips on making that kind of decision? For example, someone from the audience asked, my previous course is information system, but I'm interested in studying digital service innovation or strategic entrepreneurship. Because we've already discussed whether or not this is possible, we can focus more on the tips and tricks on making your decisions and, shortlisting your choices, for example.
Yeah, I mean, we will be very much happy to do this, but it's a bit of difficult to say in general. Like I mentioned before, there are a few programs that are open to various backgrounds, but and we need to know your particular background to let you know what applies to you. So if you just let us know what you have, we will give you the options available to you.
Right. Anyone would like to add anything? Right. Okay. So we have time for one more question. So let's discuss about life after graduation. Let's discuss about what is the job opportunities like after graduation from graduates of Halmstad University. For example, is it common to have on-campus recruitment, and how can the students or fresh graduates make the use of the university support or link to industries to find employment?
There are actually different opportunities that are available when the students are studying. The first thing is when the students are doing their thesis, that is the first opportunity that they can actually expose and contact the companies and create a network with the companies. And the second is we have every year we have twice career exhibitions, career fairs. So the students can go to these career fairs and visit the companies, get to know them, create a network, create the contacts, and then apply for the jobs if possible. And then we also have certain competitions like degree project competitions where the students can present their thesis project, final year thesis project, in these UTEXPO competitions, and the winners usually get scholarships and they also find jobs through these platforms. So, and apart from that, we also have SEEP. So student can be admitted to our SEEP program and then try to find a network and get into the companies. There are some programs where the students, there are students who got their jobs before they finish the programs because they have a lot of projects and assignments within their courses that they have to finish. They are real-time problems, real-time solutions. So in most of the cases, there are students who finish these real-time projects and got jobs as well. And there are local companies here with the Halmstad University that we are collaborated with in the programs, and our students can also get into those companies through projects, theses, assignments, etc. Yeah,
we should also mention, sorry, we should also mention that all graduates from Halmstad University can apply after graduation, can apply for the 1-year job seeking visa. So you will have the possibility to stay on for another year and look for a job. And if you find a job during the program or during the year after, if this job offer meets certain requirements when it comes to minimum wage and working hours, then you will have the work permit. And what's rather unique for Sweden is it really doesn't have to be a highly qualified job. As long as it is a legitimate job, you will have a work permit to stay and work in Sweden.
Apply for the work permit, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just add a little bit.
Yes, please.
So during my study, I went also to several companies. So it was under the cooperation of the university and the companies as well. And usually what I did and my classmates did was we asked directly when we went there and spoke to the people in the companies and whether they are open for internship or possibility to work after. So I mean, as a student, you can always look for that opportunities even when you are studying.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Suchi, Ms. Kalyani, and Mr. Stick for introducing us to Halmstad University. That is the end of our Q&A session. I would also like to remind the audience of this webinar that EHEF 2020 will hold a virtual fair on Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with the university representatives. And you can access the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching and participating for this webinar, and see you at the next session with Lund University. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye, Stig. Bye, Kalyani.
Bye.
You take over, Kiev.
Good to see you, Stig. I'm glad to be here. I'm Keith Sailing from Lund University. Thanks for having me today. Can you hear me okay? We're going to get started in just a minute, but I'm very happy I can be a part of EHEF Indonesia this year. We've been participating in EHEF Indonesia for many years. And in this online version, we're very happy to participate. We have a full program for tomorrow and Saturday. So the first thing I want to say is that, during these 2 days, you'll be able to join us. We're going to have a Zoom live session running during the entire EHEF. So from 4 to 8 p.m. both tomorrow and Saturday. And of course, you can find the link for that on the EHEF main page on our Lund University page there.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji, and I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar this evening is going to be presented by Lund University, and we already have a representative from Lund University in the room. Hello, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for joining us today. Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah, I'm Keith Sailing from Lund University, and I work specifically with applicants from Indonesia. So I'm happy to be here today participating in EHEF. Thank you for having me.
Right. Thank you very much for being here with us. And for those in the audience, please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to Sweden's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat section anytime throughout the presentation. And now please welcome Mr. Keith from Lund University.
All right, thank you for the nice introduction. And I was saying just a second ago, we're very happy to be participating in EHEF Online this year. But the main thing I want to do is I'm just going to get into the presentation. We've got about an 18-minute presentation and then have time for Q&A afterwards. I also just want to mention we will be running a live Zoom session during the next 2 days during the EHEF, so from 4 to 8 p.m. both days. And you can, of course, find the link for that on our EHEF homepage for Lund University, but I'll also have a short link in the presentation that I'm going to present right now. So let's go over to the presentation. And thanks again for having me. Save your questions, and I'll be happy to answer them after the presentation. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the university, but the first thing I want to mention is that if you want to join us during EHEF from 4 to 8 p.m. tomorrow and Saturday, please take a screenshot or a picture of this link, and you can join our Zoom sessions, which will be live during the whole EHEF. So please join us there. Lund University is one of the oldest, one of the broadest, and one of the finest universities in Northern Europe. We have more than 350 years of history. And with 9 faculties, we have master's programs for almost every subject area you can think of. And we also have 9 bachelor's programs taught totally in English. But mainly Indonesian students study at our master's programs. And those are found at all 9 of our faculties. And most of those are taught in Lund at our main campus, but we also have programs in Malmö and at our campus Helsingborg. Lund is located in a region that I'll talk a little bit more about later, but it's a very interconnected region. And basically, as I mentioned before, we have programs in just about every subject area and some unique interdisciplinary programs. I also want to mention that sustainability is a major focal area for the university and for Sweden, and all of our programs touch on sustainability with some specific programs that are focused on sustainability issues. Over the years, Lund University has had the honor of having some very esteemed students and people who've graduated and gone on to do great things. We've had some presidents. The president of Zambia in the early 2000s was a graduate. Several Swedish prime ministers, and a lot of researchers who've gone on to win Nobel Prizes. Altogether, it's one of the largest research universities in Northern Europe with more than 40,000 students. And across all of our faculties, we can proudly say that we have dozens of world-leading research environments. And these are identified by the Swedish government. We also house a couple very important Swedish scientific infrastructure facilities, which I'll talk more about later. But across all of these areas, we produce world-leading research and innovations. And all of these contribute to our goal as a university, working to understand, explain, and improve our world and the human condition. I want to say that Lund and Lund University are not just great places to study, but we exemplify the work-life balance and the quality of life that Sweden is known for. So at the university, you can also find a lot of cultural facilities and institutions, including museums and our wonderful botanical garden. All of this, together with the quality of the student life, make Lund the most attractive student city in Sweden. And with the student life, you get more than 350 years of tradition and a life outside the classroom that's run for students by students. So really, one of the things that makes Lund unique and uniquely attractive as a place to study and a student city are these traditions that we bring and that our students continue. And just the fact that everything that happens outside the classroom is run by students for students. In this wonderful city of Lund, one of the oldest cities in Sweden, founded in 900, but with one of the youngest average populations due to all the students that live in the city. So this is what we mean when we say the city of great ideas. An ancient city with a very young population, people from over 140 countries, and traditions merging with new ideas, a very vibrant international community, and a very cozy small town, only 120,000 people, and you can cycle from one side of the city to the other in about 15 minutes. No traffic jams, just lots of room for your ideas to blossom and opportunities to meet people who share similar interests in a lovely, unique, medieval university town in southern Sweden. It's a great place to live, it's a great place to study, and it's a great place to explore. We're also known for all of these things coming together, you know, these factors that I was just talking about, to give birth to a lot of ideas and products that have been spread across the world. Some of these are listed here. One thing that we're very well known for at Lund is the Tetra Pak, the milk carton or container for liquids that was originally developed in Lund. Tetra Pak still has their largest research facilities in Lund. This is a picture of the original Tetra Pak, which was used exclusively for milk. But now, as you know, the Tetra Pak can be found all over the world, and it's used for all kinds of beverages and liquids in the food service and grocery industries. So a very successful product from Lund. Another very successful product from Lund is Bluetooth. Bluetooth was invented in Lund at our wireless department. And for the first several years that Bluetooth was available, it was used only in a few cell phones. But now, as you know, it's found in many consumer electronic devices. It's ubiquitous. It's become a very successful technology. Another technology that we're hoping will have similar success and is already showing great promise in Sweden and Europe. We had a couple graduates of our industrial design program, two women who developed an airbag for cyclists, an airbag that actually protects you like a helmet would, but doesn't have the drawbacks. It doesn't mess up your hair. It's not hot to wear when you're cycling along, but it inflates instantly if you have an accident on your bike. And underpinning a lot of the inventions and inventiveness and exploration and innovation that go on at Lund, we have some very important research infrastructure. We have the Max IV laboratory, which is a brilliant X-ray light synchrotron with a number of beam lines that have experiments being conducted. So this is a very important facility for Sweden. It's a national laboratory, and it brings researchers from all over Europe and all over the world. This was developed in Sweden, and it's a unique design. It was a uniquely affordable design, but also a uniquely powerful design. And it was so successful, Michael did such a good job with this synchrotron that we're actually now selling the technology to other countries. Another project that we're very proud of, we were selected in Lund to host the European Spallation Source, which is going to be a huge facility for neutron science, which will bring thousands of researchers from all over the world. It will be used by at least 17 countries and was funded by a consortium of EU countries. So this is a success story for the EU and for our region of Sweden. Lund is a great place to study and a great place to live, but we also have the nearby cities of Malmö and Helsingborg, where we have campuses and some of our master's programs are taught. So in Malmö, we teach the public health program, and in Helsingborg, some of our service management programs are based. Our Malmö campus also has our School of Fine and Performing Arts. And altogether, this region, the Öresund region, which includes the capital of Denmark, Copenhagen, this is known as the Öresund region, and it's one of the most dynamic and the most important employment area in Scandinavia, with more than 4 million inhabitants, a lot of world-leading research facilities, a lot of researchers, a lot of students, 17 higher education institutions between the Danish institutions and the Swedish ones. It's a very knowledge-intensive and cosmopolitan region, all connected by train and very easy to get around. So now I'm just going to briefly talk about the application process. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I think we can go into it in greater detail the following days during the EHEF proper. But basically, I want to give you a general overview of how to apply to our more than 100 master's programs and the bachelor's programs that we have. So first of all, you can find all of the programs on our website. And it's probably easiest to navigate our website to find the programs. But once you are ready to apply, you will apply for courses and programs via the universityadmissions.se website. So this is the website that you'll create an account on and that you'll upload all your documents to. And basically, it's the main website that students use for applying to any Swedish university. One thing I want to highlight here is the deadlines. It's important to keep in mind that you have to complete your application by the 15th of January, and that means choosing the programs that you would like to study and submitting the online application. This has to be done by the 15th of January. And then the 1st of February is also an important deadline. That is the hard deadline for all of your documents to be provided, including your English test results. And you have to pay the application fee by the 1st of February. So that's really vital. If you don't complete those steps according to the deadlines, it will result in a late application. And at Lund University, we usually don't consider late applications at all because we get enough on-time applications to fill all of our programs. So please apply by the deadlines if you want to have any chance of being admitted to a program at Lund University. It's very important. I also just want to talk quickly about the English requirements. So for all of our programs, we have the same English requirements, although there are a few programs that ask or prefer students to have a higher level of English. Generally speaking, students can prove their English proficiency with an IELTS or a TOEFL test. And for IELTS, it's no section under 5.5 with an overall score of 6.5. For TOEFL IBT, you need at least 90 and 20 in the writing section. Some students prove their English level through prior studies in English, like for example, if you've done a full degree in the US or the UK or Australia, like your bachelor's degree was studied in English in an English-speaking country, then that can also prove your English proficiency. But the primary way that students prove their English proficiency is through a test. I can talk just quickly about the entry requirements. So we have at the Swedish universities, we have both general entry requirements, and then we also have program-specific entry requirements. The general entry requirements relate to the English level that I just talked about, IELTS 6.5 with no section under 5.5, or TOEFL 90 with at least 20 in the writing section. And then the other requirement is that you have to have a completed bachelor's degree or be in the final year of your bachelor's degree and have proof that you're in your final year when you apply. So that means you upload all transcripts and other documents, such as your diploma in both Bahasa and English. If you don't yet have your diploma, if you're in your final year, you need to have a document that states that you're in your final year, signed by your university. So then, as I mentioned, once you've made it past the general entry requirements, there are also program-specific requirements you need to keep in mind. And those are listed on each program page for all of the programs we teach. You can go right to our website and find the requirements and selection section of the program page. And it will specify, for example, how many credits you need to have in a specific subject area. If you need to have taken specific courses or have a specific major, all that information will be listed there. And if it's listed as a program-specific requirement, it's a firm requirement, which means if you don't meet this requirement, you shouldn't apply to that specific program. You should find another program where you do meet the program-specific requirements, because you won't be considered for a program if you don't meet the requirements. If you meet the requirements for a program, then they take a look at the program-specific documents, and not all programs have additional documents that you need to submit. Some of our programs, they just look at your transcripts and your diploma, the basic documents that you have to submit for all programs. But many of our programs ask for CVs, statements of purpose. A couple of our programs, like in architecture and design, ask for portfolios. So there'll be information under the Apply tab concerning what additional documents you need to provide. One thing I want to mention is that you should really only submit documents that are specifically asked for. So for example, many students ask us about recommendation letters. Maybe they have a great recommendation letter from a professor. Well, it's only a few of our programs in law and some in sustainability that specifically ask for reference letters. And they actually have a specific way they want you to provide those. So I just want to highlight, if a document is not asked for by the program or programs you're applying to, you don't need to upload it, and it won't be considered in any case. So they can only consider the documents that they specifically ask for. And then finally, the admissions results will be announced around the 9th of April for master's applicants. So if you're applying during this round with the deadlines that I stated, 15th of January for your online application and the 1st of February for the document submission, then you'll get your admissions results on the 9th of April. You can apply for scholarships from Sweden and from Lund University in February. And for scholarships, there's the Lund University Global Scholarship, and there's also the Swedish Institute Scholarship for Global Professionals. We can talk more about those during the EHEF live sessions over the next 2 days. But just to recap, please pay attention to the deadlines. Make a complete online application by the 15th of January. Complete all your documents and pay your application fee by the 1st of February. And then in February, you can apply for scholarships. And the admissions results come out on the 9th of April. And shortly thereafter, you'll find out about the scholarship results. You can get a hold of me at this address, keepsailing@er.lu.se, and you can connect with Lund at any of these sites on any of these platforms. I also want to highlight that PPI Swedia is very active, and we have a local branch here in Scania in the southern part of Sweden. They would love it if you reach out to them and get in touch, and they're very helpful with information, and they can share their perspective and their experiences as students in Sweden and at Lund University. They'll also be joining me. 3 students on each of the next 2 days will join me to chat with you, answer your questions, and there's also going to be a quiz during our live sessions at EHEF. So please join us via Zoom in our live sessions during the 2 days of EHEF from 4 to 8 p.m. each day, tomorrow, Friday, and also on Saturday. So we look forward to seeing you there. And that's about it from Lund University. So thank you for paying attention to the presentation, and we'll go right into the Q&A now. Okay.
Hello.
Hi there.
Yep. Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Keefe. It was such an insightful introduction to Lund University and how to study there. And we already have a few questions from the audience, so we can start the Q&A session. The first a few questions actually are on the same page, which are about admission. So someone from the audience is a high school student studying social science, and they want to apply for bachelor degree in a science subject, but it's like they don't actually fulfill the entry requirement because coming from social science in high school. So what would you suggest?
Yeah, so for our bachelor's programs, I mean, we have 9 that are taught totally in English, as I mentioned, and they all have very specific entry requirements that are based on what a Swedish student would study in their upper secondary or their high school. So the simple answer is if you don't meet the requirements that are listed for the program, for example, for the science programs, they usually require a high level of math. Some of them require a high level of physics or chemistry to be taken in upper secondary school. The best way to meet those requirements are to take some university level coursework that would match up with the requirements. So it is a bit of a problem for students from around the world who are applying to our bachelor's programs because they need to ensure that they meet those requirements. If they don't meet or have equivalent coursework to those requirements, they won't be considered for admission. So that's the way it works.
All right, thank you. More question on admission is, again, from the audience, can an oceanography bachelor specialized in biological oceanography, that's very specific, getting admitted to Master in Aquatic Ecology program?
So for the aquatic ecology program, there are some specific courses that you need to have. So they take students from a few different major areas. It's not necessary that you have a specific bachelor's degree in just aquatic ecology. They would take students with different bachelor's degrees. But the very important thing for both our science and our engineering programs are those programs usually list specific courses that you have to have in your bachelor's degree. So check those requirements. And if you have any doubts, please get in touch with me directly, and I can probably help answer questions about how your prior coursework matches up. Remember, the only way that these questions are officially evaluated are as part of a complete application, but I can advise you. So please get in touch.
All right. Thank you for enlightening the audience. And more question, actually, this is related to more about research project. Do you have any list of research project availability that people can access publicly? Like, for example, this audience asked for this specific list for food technology master's program.
Yeah, so if there are projects identified at, for example, our engineering school, they actually have a database of these projects on their website. So you can find, for example, projects that companies have proposed that master students work on. So they're out there and they're on our website. And if you'd like the exact link to it, please contact me and I can provide that. It's quite common that master students in the engineering school do their master's projects together with a company who has a problem that they need solved. So those projects are listed in a database. So for example, for food technology.
Right, thank you. We have more questions on admission. Someone from the audience is wondering about the minimum entry IB score for an undergraduate for biomedicine, and would be IB students exempted from the English test?
So if you've done an IB in your upper secondary is taught in English, then yes, you should be exempted from the English requirement. Now, regarding a minimum score, students compete in every application round and are ranked. So it really depends upon the competition in that cohort. So we don't have a minimum score, and give you some guidance as far as there are records of which score levels were required to be admitted in prior years, but they're not listed by IB score. They're listed by, we basically convert the IB grades into an equivalent to what a Swedish student would have as far as a point score. So the historical records that are available online in a central database that's run by our university admissions national system, those list the equivalent Swedish scores, but those are available. So if you want to take a look at those, it's statistics at UHR, and it's the website's in Swedish, but it provides all the historical data about admissions to the bachelor's level.
All right, thank you very much. We have more questions on admission. Now it's for the master's program. So someone from the audience asked about the summary sheet for master's program in EEBD, has a question about the ranking of our previous university. Unfortunately, they cannot provide it because it doesn't, it's not listed with a rank, only stars. Is it okay to leave that question, or what should they do?
Yeah, that's fine. If the university is not showing up in the major ranking in the ones that the engineering school lists, then yeah, that's fine. You can list information that you have. If it's not a specific ranking, then you can just indicate that.
Right. More question on admission. This time is for the PhD program. People are really interested, and it's for different levels as well. So I think it's an exciting part for this webinar. So they would like to hear more about PhD programs, specifically whether they have to contact the supervisor first to discuss topic or projects, or do you just need to contact the university?
Yeah, so the PhD process, I don't know if any of the previous universities, the Swedish universities talked about this, but I can cover it. The PhD process in Sweden is much different than in other countries. It's not a normal application for studies. Our PhD candidates, people who are working in our research departments on PhDs, they're actually employees of the university, and they're hired through what is more or less a normal hiring process. So that is a process whereby a department or faculty will list opportunities for individual PhD positions, and they're listed on the job section of our website, just like a job announcement would be announced. And then the applicant needs to apply for that specific position. So it's relatively important that you fulfill the specific requirements for that exact position. It's not a general application for study. It's a specific position in a department as an employee that you're applying for. So that's quite a different situation from the UK or the US or Australia or somewhere else that a student might be looking at. And basically what it means is that PhD students, PhD candidates, have great working conditions, they're employed, they're a member of staff. But it also means that these positions are very, very competitive. So please, if you're interested in a PhD position, check the job section of our website. Now, you don't need to get in touch with a specific academic, but one thing that is useful, if you think there's a research question or a narrow area that you would like to do your PhD in, you can look for researchers at Lund, for example, or at other Swedish universities who are doing work that you're interested in, just to identify whether there's a research group that you might want to look for an opening in. And that's how it works pretty much. They're job positions, and they're actually listed on the job section of our website.
All right, thank you very much. Another question on admission. This is from one of our younger audience who just started high school. They ask, what should they prepare from now if they want to apply to study their bachelor's degree in Lund University? And probably a hint about choosing your majors as well.
Yeah, it's really good to be thinking ahead if you're thinking about doing a bachelor's in Sweden, because as I mentioned, the most important thing is that you identify a bachelor's program that you're interested in, and then ensure that while you're in high school or upper secondary school or IB or whatever the program you're studying is for your upper secondary studies, you need to ensure that the coursework you do will fulfill or match those requirements. So for example, if it's international business, which is a very popular program at Lund, it requires that you have a high level of mathematics. So you can take a look at that requirement. And if you have the opportunity to study that level of mathematics in your upper secondary school in Indonesia, or the IB program you're doing, or what have you, then you can focus on that. If you're interested in the science programs that we discussed earlier, they require not only a high level of mathematics, but also specific prerequisite science courses in your upper secondary. So it's a good idea if you're already identifying that you're interested in studying a bachelor's in Sweden, it's a good idea to familiarize yourself with the requirements for the programs you're interested in, and try to make sure that the coursework you do as an upper secondary student meets those requirements. If you find that your high school doesn't offer courses that are equivalent, I know that in some countries, students have the opportunity to do, advanced coursework. I don't know exactly what the opportunities are in Indonesia, but it might be worth looking into if you identify that there are basically not the right level of courses available in the curriculum of your upper secondary school.
Right. So I suppose one last question on admission. How competitive is Lund University in terms of admission, and what are your most popular programs?
Well, Lund is pretty competitive in Swedish context. Some of our programs get more than 1,000 applicants a year. And the bachelor's programs in business are some of our most popular. Then the bachelor's programs, the master's programs in business, things like our program in international development and management, which is LUMID, that's in the human geography department, very popular program. Public health at Lund is very popular. We have some of the most popular programs in Sweden. But what I want applicants to remember is that if you make a complete and correct application, and if you ensure that you're actually qualified for the programs that you're applying to, you're already doing a really good job and increasing your likelihood of being admitted by quite a lot. Because when we talk about a program with over 1,000 applicants, sadly, a good number of those applicants, they will be applying for a program that they're not eligible for, they don't have the English requirements for, or they haven't really thought out or thought through their application completely. So if you ensure that you make a careful and well-chosen, complete, correct application, you have a good chance. And Indonesian students get admitted in large numbers every year to Lund University. So I'd encourage you to just ensure that when you make the application, you're choosing with the full knowledge and understanding of what the requirements for the program are. And if you have any questions about that, you're very welcome to contact us.
Right. Thank you very much. That's very encouraging to hear. So we've covered quite a bit about admission, and let's move on to the fun part of life as international student. This question comes up a lot in previous webinar sessions as well. It's about the first months of living as an international student. How is it like being international student at Lund University in terms of, let's say, common challenges, things to adapt with, climate, obviously, and how to get used to the education system?
Well, one thing that we do at Lund that's very helpful is we have a housing guarantee for all non-European admitted students, which means that you will be offered a place in our Lund University accommodation if you apply according to the deadlines in the spring after admissions results come out. So that's very helpful because the first thing is you'll have a place to live, and that's taken care of. The best people to talk to about what it's like to be a new student in Lund are our current students, and they will be joining me both tomorrow and on Saturday during our Zoom session from 4 to 8. So I'd encourage you to drop in there or on the Unibuddy platform on our website, which is a platform that can connect you with current students. But what I will say is, I was once upon a time a new student in Lund myself, and the experience, it's only gotten better as far as the services we offer and how smooth everything is. We have 2 weeks of orientation at the beginning. So students arrive for master's or bachelor's. If they're international students, they usually arrive 2 weeks early. They have 2 weeks of orientation activities. And then, you know, having a place to live from the moment they get here, and having international mentors meet you at the airport and help you with the train trip to Lund, which is only about 30 minutes from Copenhagen International Airport. All that runs very smoothly. And of course, everyone's excited to get to Lund and experience this wonderful medieval city and all the history and beautiful sights and just the general ambience of the city and the environment. And the weather is usually quite nice when students arrive in August. So they kind of get a nice transition period. But then, I mean, of course, it's November now here, and the sun goes down at 3:30 in the afternoon currently, and the days are still getting shorter. So there are a lot of things to adjust to. One of the things that we do to really help with that is we have a mentor program. Students that are in their second year or who are studying over multiple years, who help first-year students with all the little questions about where to find food that makes them feel at home, or how to stay warm, what's the best jacket to buy for the kind of climate that we have down here in southern Sweden, which is cold, but it's not nearly as cold as other parts of Sweden. On the other hand, we have quite a lot wetter weather down here. And then also like strategies around dealing with the darkness, because actually I think for most people, the short days are more difficult to deal with than the cold weather. And things like spending 45 minutes or an hour outside every day during the sunniest part of the day, even if the day is kind of cloudy and dark, it helps a lot just to be outside and get that, solar energy, even if you don't see the sun. So tips like that are things that mentors can help you with. And also, we have a great resource here in PPI Swedia, the current Indonesian students who have been also doing all of these things for new Indonesian students alongside and in concert with the other services and connections that we offer. So that's really great. And the students that will be joining me tomorrow and on Saturday are all members of PPI Swedia, and they can tell you more about that.
All right, that's delightful. So we have time only for one more question, and I'd like to offer you a question about life after graduation. Which for some people it might be daunting, but you do need to look for opportunities after graduation. So what is it like, the job opportunity after graduation from Lund University? Like, for example, is it common to have on-campus recruitment, or do the students or graduate have access to support from the university or linked industries for them to find employment?
Yeah, we have several ways that we offer students help. I mean, the first thing for students to know is that if you study with us or any other Swedish university, you can apply for an extension of your residence permit for up to a year after you graduate to find a job. And now, one thing that continues to be pretty easy in Sweden compared with other countries is that if you do find an employer who wants to hire you, it's easy for them to switch your residence permit type over so that you can stay. But as far as the services we offer, we have a career service at Lund. Some of our faculties also have a service that they run. But another thing that's unique about Lund, and I think you find it at some other universities, but it's very well developed at Lund University, is the fact that our student unions, there's a student union for every faculty. And they actually sometimes have the best connections with the labor market. So student unions like at the School of Economics and Management or the engineering school or social sciences, for example, they have their own career fairs often where they, work with, former students, alumni of ours from the different faculties who are out in the labor market and working around Sweden and around Europe. And they coordinate these events, career fairs that are faculty based. So that's something to look out for and get involved with while you're in Lund. Lund graduates are definitely well known and sought after in Sweden. Lund is very well known as a large research university in Europe. So the opportunities to find employment for high skilled graduates are real and are there. And a lot of them come right to you on campus. Just make sure that you make those connections with the student union, with our career office. And also, make sure that your professors and the people at your program know that you're interested in staying after and that you're looking for work. Because it's always better to start looking for some kind of job connection or connection to potential employers while you're still studying, rather than waiting until graduation day.
All right, thank you very much. Quite a lot of tips there to be covered. Thank you very much, Mr. Key, for introducing us to Lund University and answering our questions from admissions to life after graduation. And if it's possible, can you please show us your slide with your contact details?
Of course, let me just get back to that and I'll bring that up for you just a second. Here we are. Let me just bring that up.
All right.
So please, if you have any questions that I can help with, you're very welcome to just send me an email here. Also, if you go to our homepage, we have a contact form there. And as a student from Indonesia, if you fill in that question form on our homepage, the email will come to me because I work with all of the applicants from Indonesia. So,
right, delightful. Thank you very much.
Either way, you can get right in touch with me and I'd be happy to share more information.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. So everyone in the audience, this is the end of our Q&A session. If you have any further questions, you can connect with Mrs. Keefe at keefe.saling@er.lu.se, which is also available on your screen. I would also like to remind the audience of this webinar that EHEF 2020 will hold virtual fair on Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with the university representatives, including Lund University as well. And you also get to discuss with students as well, right?
Yeah, that's right. We'll have 3 of our students helping on both Friday and Saturday, and they can answer a lot of the questions about student life and also offer you tips about, the best way to settle into Lund and to Sweden.
All right, looking forward to that. For the audience, you can access the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Keefe, for being a part of this webinar this evening. Thank you everyone for watching and participating, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye now.